little late, 10 minutes late for the February regular meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. Before we start, just say welcome back. It's nice to be back. It's nice to be with people, but we still have a pandemic. I would ask everybody to comply with the mask rule if you would. I think that's the rule here in the City Hall. If you don't have a mask, I'd ask you to put one on to be courteous to your neighbors, and people are concerned about that, and there's a lot of them. So with that, we'll get started. I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call. We don't have to do the same thing we did on Zoom, but we have introduction, so we'll start down at that end.
Ann Beakey.
Charlene Douglas.
Doug Hedges, City Planner.
Aaron Liao, City Attorney.
Mike Fournier.
Paul Curtis.
And I'm the chairman, Gary Casada. All right, so the first order of business is the approval of the meeting minutes from the previous meeting, which was way back, what do I have in front of me? December. Approval of the December meeting minutes. Have you had a chance to look at these, commissioners? And do we have a discussion or a motion? And/or a motion.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from December 14th.
Is there a second?
Second.
There being a second, any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. I'm going to start with Ms. Beakey again.
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Oh,
We can just vote.
We can just vote.
Yeah, you don't have to roll
Aye.
call vote.
okay.
I vote aye. Yes. Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes. The minutes are approved. All right. We usually ask at this point if there's any additions to the agenda. I'm going to hope there isn't, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. Any additions to the agenda today? All right. Seeing none. Next issue is public comment on non-agenda items. So I just want to remind people, non-agenda items means if it's on the agenda, there'll be a different opportunity to speak. So these are non-agenda items. Do we have people who want to talk on any of those? Please come forward. Please state your name, and we have 3 minutes.
This is a general comment. My name is Sue Fabian, 316 Midland. There are a lot of things that are now right in this city. Giving contracts mostly to preferred developers rather than requesting for bids, then taking their generous donations to stay in power is now right. Increasing the difficulty of pursuing ballot initiatives is now right. Ignoring the will of the people on big money items, such as the building of this city hall and the parking structure without a vote of the people, is now right. Scrubbing from social media any message that contradicts the city's narrative, violating the U.S. Constitution's guaranteed freedom of speech, is now right. Gutting the current master plan, as City Council has planned to strip it of neighborhood protection from open season development, is now right. Deceiving the voters about the so-called police millage is now right. It didn't go to the police department, it went to the general fund. The selection process that I understand smells of the same is now right-itis. But this is how the city council maintains power. It's quid pro quo, and it's pay to play. In your decision-making tonight, are you going to be governed by what the city charter and your bonding requires of you? That is to serve the people and be honest with them? Are you going to act with moral integrity and virtue? Are you going to have the moral fortitude and courage to serve the people? Or are you going to do the easy thing and cave to moneyed interest? For these are the only possible options you have. I do pray for your courage. I know this is not easy, but it is required of leadership, and this is the responsibility you agreed to take on by accepting your positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on non-agenda items? I see a hand there. Please come forward. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Carol Card. I'm a concerned citizen living on Edgewood Drive. I grew up in Royal Oak. My family has been here for 65 years. I've been active in supporting the arts, recycling, elections, and Royal Oak businesses, everything Royal Oak. It's my town. I've always been proud of Royal Oak and have tried to stay informed on what's going on and where my taxes are going and how they're being spent. But now I am, as I mentioned, I am concerned. Royal Oak was once a family town with a population of nearly 90,000 people. Today we're under 60,000, and this is not a family town. Our commission members often refer to cities like San Francisco, New York, Ann Arbor when trying to determine the needs that we need for change in Royal Oak. Focus seems to be misplaced for a 12 square mile community. I attend and watch informational meetings, follow-up forums, commission and committee meetings regarding new plans for Royal Oak. Citizens are always included and ask for our opinions. But within a short period of time, it seems that those opinions are disregarded, and a smaller committee puts their plan into action behind closed doors, claiming that they've listened to the people. I am excited to see our city advance, but it should be good for all people in our city. Public meetings, which I have participated, include the downtown parking meters, sustainability and climate change, rainwater management, neighborhood road improvements, Centennial Park design, road diets, and more. Did you know that your home and property has already been measured from the sky for permeability, and there is a plan to add fees to your water bill to handle the runoff? A fee, not a tax, which would require a vote. What about the 11-mile parking structure cost overrun of over $800,000 on a max cost guarantee project with loopholes for the builder? Part of the overrun was a colorant for bricks so they would match other structure. Can you see the other? You can't even see the other structure from the parking structure. Was that necessary? Final selection of the marijuana operation applicants has been done behind closed doors, and details seem secret. Former city and political supporters should be excluded from representation and the selection process. It seems there is a lack of information on those touchy topics until it's too late. The people of Royal Oak need an open window into the city's dealings. It's past times to get involved. This is your town. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on a non-agenda item? I see a hand there. Please come forward. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Dr. Wallace Anderson, 404 Mount Vernon Boulevard, Professor Emerita, Oakland University. I'm speaking now because I'm commenting about process rather than specific agenda items, and I have to leave early. I am in favor of having marijuana-based businesses in Royal Oak if done appropriately, focusing on the public weal. While over 35 proposals for licenses were received, the process of narrowing down to the 2 before you tonight is obscure. The city manager is given full responsibility for selecting the successful applicants. However, almost the only guidance in the ordinances is check the box matters: state licensing, facility ownership, security, design, applicants' financial status, such as prior bankruptcies. I find it difficult to believe that most, if not all, applicants fail to put together complete proposals that satisfy these quantitative requirements. No criteria address the quality of the facility relative to its neighborhood or its value to the community, other than general introductory statements calling for minimizing the adverse impacts of operations and not changing the essential character of the area. I am deeply troubled that 2 applicants have been chosen using criteria not shared with the public. What qualitative criteria were used by this one man to rank proposals? Shouldn't we see evaluation for such important things as types of roads nearby or proximity to residential housing? Knowing who the applicants and their supporters are, it seems obvious that political and financial factors underlie the decisions. For each application, I do have a couple of specific concerns. For the Harrison site, that's road classification. That part of Harrison is local, designed for low traffic volumes. But in 2014, the City Commission permitted a truck extension on neighboring knolls, which has made residents miserable. From experiencing a marijuana establishment near our Petoskey condo, I know that one on East Harrison will bring much more traffic to that already beleaguered neighborhood. The Planning Department and City Attorney's opinion on Meyer Drive that the South Oakland Technical Center is not entitled to school's 1,000-foot legal protection is hogwash. Longtime zoning principles have held that higher use in the zone is permissible. It's not simply non-conforming. The principle is often expressed thus: a piggery cannot be built in a higher use zone, but a cathedral could exist in a stockyard. Here I'm going to climb on one of my soapboxes and will likely run over my 3-minute limit, and I beg your indulgence. An overarching goal of high schools has always been to develop an educated citizenry, not to prepare all students for college. Over my 47 years teaching in universities, I saw too many first-year students who would have been happier and more successful heading for practical jobs. This nation needs more STEM-educated people coming out of our high schools who can achieve professional and financial satisfaction as auto technicians, construction workers, and food service workers. To even suggest that SOTC is not a legitimate part of a high school curriculum is simply wrong.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak on a non-agenda item? Please come forward. Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford in Royal Oak. And similar to the previous speaker, I want to comment on the marijuana facility selection process at the state and local levels and to provide input to the Planning Commission to improve the rules, policies, and procedures for marijuana facilities petition review, and to provide input for the City Commission to improve the marijuana facility ordinance. My primary concern is the secrecy aspect of the process. Petitioners are listed as LLC without any information regarding the individuals that will own and operate the facilities. I am concerned about the secrecy surrounding the selection of the 2 sites from over 35 petitions submitted. State and local law prevents the public from knowing the location of the sites proposed per the other 33 plus petitions. Some of these sites may be more acceptable to the residents and other property owners. The reputation of the City Commission's propensity to approve no-bid contracts, along with the participation of some of the same individuals involved in the previous no-bid contracts and the current petitioners, is concerning. Several of these individuals and their associates are substantial financial contributors to the City Commissioner election campaigns. Conflicts of interest should be disclosed. The preponderance of the public hearing comments submitted are against the proposed facility locations. Those in favor of one of the facilities are merely character witnesses for the property owner/petitioner and do not address the proposed site. Setbacks of 1,000 feet are required from schools, existing marijuana retail, or micro businesses. However, the City Commission may waive or modify the 1,000-foot buffer, which makes the buffer requirement useless. There is no such buffer requirement for the adjacent residential property, which there should be. However, the goals and objectives and the strategies of the city master plan in the neighborhood is for the preservation and residential use, which supports this thought. The petitions do not include traffic studies or environmental impact statement in the case of the growing facility. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand up there. Come on up. Seems like there are 2 hands up, so we'll have another after. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is John Galetka, and I would like to speak about the schools and the reality of school curriculum. Schools get attacked way too much lately in the community, in city council meetings. I come here in support of the schools my kids attend, their teachers and counselors, but especially the administrators that watch out for the good of our kids. I appreciate Wanda Cook Robinson, but especially appreciate Mary Beth Fitzpatrick of Royal Oak Schools, a guiding force in this community and whom I trust the future and well-being of my kids. In reference to the Gatsby Pot Farm, we should know the OTSC is not a trade school. It's an integral part of the Royal Oak and Oakland County school system for grades 9 through 12. The important purpose of the OTSC campus, in particular, is to show high school students a path to a career outside of the traditional college route. I know from emails and communications with high school counselors that they recommend the OTSC program to many students to consider as a possible path to develop their interests, skills, and working career. Those students who attend do so as part of their daily high school schedule. Did you know that? It's not some outside trade school, it's part of the high school. What kind of message, what kind of inspiration is that to students to have a pot farm and store 300 feet from the front door of the OTSC? Think about that. Especially at the OTSC, a place of learning where life-enhancing values of keeping your nose to the grindstone and improving your life are taught. Why must you have a pot retailer right across the street? If the law says such an establishment should be 1,000 feet from all schools, what compelling reason, what compelling values are you expounding to negate that sensible law? What higher purpose? What message are you communicating about yourself, about the community, by dismissing the importance of this high school education center, where students are making life decisions on their own future? As a parent of children in Royal Oak schools, I would ask you to please, please, please not allow Gatsby to set up 300 feet from the OTSC. But if you will, go ahead and approve the 1,000-foot waiver and put yourselves on full display, making perfectly clear your lack of understanding and appreciation of the values of this school system and the good community that it serves. My trust and support goes with the school administrators over career politicians every time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had another hand up there. I would just say we should keep it to non-agenda items, and Gatsby will be on the agenda. So if you have a non-agenda item, come on up. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Rick Karlowski, 419 Virginia. My question is, was there going to be any kind of presentation as to how these two folks were selected as the best two? I mean, what was the criteria? How was it weighted? Why were other folks not chosen in particular? For example, I know I have no association with them, but there was actually a change, I think, by this board or the zoning board for a place on Stevenson Highway. I think it's the Royal Gym right now that submitted an application. You're not near any neighborhoods. You're not near any schools. You're half a mile from I-75, and you're on a main street with ample parking for the facility. Yet it's not here, and we have two that have, shall we say, issues. So I don't understand how the selection process was made. I don't know why it's being brought here now without having some kind of a presentation beforehand to both to you and to everybody in Royal Oak as to what was used to grade the applicants, how those features were weighed in the final decision. Because frankly, I mean, it does, when you do have the background of a couple of people here, you can get some kind of odd looking looks to how these people were actually selected, not whether or not they were actually the best or they just the best known. So I think before you guys make any decision, you should if you want to have this hearing, obviously everybody's here, but we should have some kind of a follow-up meeting as to exactly how the heck these things were evaluated, graded, and final outcomes were made. Because right now, there's no transparency whatever, and that's not a good way to start out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on a non-agenda item? I see a hand over here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alex Schneider. I live on Knowles. The city of Royal Oak created a marijuana dispensary ordinance. without providing for setback, like other cities do, between the area designated for it and the residential area. Mark Twain, the great American writer, once said, it is easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. My question is to the two city officials that sit on the commission, Charlene Douglas and Mayor Fournier. Whom exactly was the city of Royal Oak and the city commission fooling by creating this ordinance without any regard for the neighborhood, thus throwing that neighborhood, residential neighborhood I should say, under the bus?
Thank you. Anyone else for a non-agenda item? Like to speak in a non-agenda item? All right. I don't see any hands, so we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the public hearing on the capital improvements program, and I believe I'm turning this over to you, Mr. Hedges.
Yes. Before you this evening is the proposed annual capital improvement program that is incorporated as part of the next fiscal year's budget. Under the state's Planning Enabling Act, any city that has adopted a master plan requires that the Planning Commission review a capital improvement program of public structures and construction that may be needed or desirable and can be undertaken within a 6-year period. The draft plan is presented before you this evening. This does require a public hearing to be opened and closed. Following that, the Commission is required to make a recommendation on the presented program, either as presented or with any specified revisions, and that would be forwarded to the City Commission. The suggested resolution language is included at the bottom of our memo. Other than that, I can, Julie Rudd, the Director of Finance, is here. It is her office that has prepared the plan that is before you this evening. And before the public hearing is open, we can answer any questions you might have regarding the proposed program.
I have a question right off the bat. You said that there was a proposed resolution in there. I got to make sure I have it. I might have printed incorrectly here. Do you have a copy of it here? Very bottom. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have it. I didn't see it. Okay, thanks. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Hedges? It's a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing on the issue of the capital improvement plan for 2022-23 fiscal year. Anybody here like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to this side of the table. Any further debate or question for Mr. Hedges? Ms. Beakey.
Similar to last year, I have this mic is on, correct? Yeah. Similar to last year, I have a few questions, I have one recommendation I'd like to make, and that is that if it's feasible to start including what projects are funded in terms of a percent project funded from our own source revenue. I know there's these pie charts, but I understand that the revenue is coming in on an annual basis, and these are estimates for long-term projects. A lot of capital improvement plans demonstrate what's funded and what's still proposed, and so to make that clearer, I'd like to make that request. And in terms of the relationship to the master plan and some of the other plans, I would also like to request that the harmonization of which plans they are related to becomes clear in the future. And specifically, I think when we have a lot of major street improvements, local street improvements, as well as water work done that affects the streets above, the opportunity to both redesign the streets as well as meet the walking and biking infrastructure could be performed more effectively if there was better correlation. But the primary thing I'd like to suggest is that we at least have clarity on project funding.
Mr. Hedges, do we need to put that in the resolution, or is that just a request that the department can incorporate?
I think we can forward that to the finance department. I'm forward to
All right.
considering next year's project.
All right, very good. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Hedges? All right. Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Well, no, I can't call for the vote. I need a motion first. Is there a motion? Commissioner Douglas, is there a second? Mr. Mayor, okay. We have a motion, a second, and the motion, I assume, is the verbiage that the department has provided. Is that correct, Commissioner? Be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the capital improvement program for the 2022-23 fiscal year as presented and recommends its adoption by the City Commission as part of the 2022-23 fiscal year budget. Is that your motion?
Yes, as proposed in the documents.
Okay. Any further debate? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. I'm picking on you again, Ms. Beakey.
And I'm gonna vote no, only because I'd like to see improvements, some of which I've specified over the years, and I'd like to have more action on it, so I'm gonna vote no this time.
All right, Commissioner Douglas?
Yes?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Curtis? And I'm a yes, so the motion passes 4-1. All right, next item on the agenda is the public hearing on the special land use and site plan. This is SP 220201 to establish a marijuana retailer, and we will turn over to Mr. Hedges. Give us a quick preview on this.
What is before you this evening is an application for both a special land use permit and a site plan to establish a marijuana retailer, processor, and Class C grower at 5130 Meyer Drive. The petitioner was selected as for one of the available municipal license slots through the city manager's office, through the license review procedure that is within the city's municipal licensing ordinance. As part of that, once petitioners are selected for one of those license slots, they are then allowed to apply to this commission for review of the required special land use permit and site plan. This is handled a little differently than most usual special land use permit and site plan applications, as the Planning Commission is only making a recommendation on both of those to the City Commission, who has the final say on both of those items. This will require two separate motions, one for the special land use permit and a second one for the site plan. Without going into further detail, I'd suggest turning it over to the petitioner and have them make a presentation on their application. And that the staff would answer any questions regarding our staff reports or any other items until after the petitioners concluded their presentation.
Okay, appreciate that. Although you mentioned the selection process, bless you, and we had some questions about the selection process. Is that something that you could just give some information? I mean, this, just so people know, the Planning Commission is not involved in the selection process. And is there, can you give a quick synopsis of who does the selection?
Yeah, under the municipal licensing ordinance, it's the city manager's office that reviews all license applications using the criteria that's in that licensing ordinance and selects the best qualified applicants for the available municipal license slots.
Okay.
A specific detail I can't really mention because our office was not involved in the review or selection of those applicants for available license slots.
As I understand, I just want to make it clear because there may be questions out there, more questions. Nobody sitting at this table was involved in the selection process. Is that correct?
As far as I know, no. I know we weren't.
Okay, very good. All right, can we ask the petitioner to come forward with their team or their representative? Please introduce yourself and give us your presentation about the project.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Is it allowable for me to remove my mask when I'm talking? Thank you. Just a little bit easier. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Dennis Cowan. I'm with the firm Plunkett Cooney, and I am here representing
PGSH Holdings LLC, which goes by the trade name of Gatsby Cannabis, and that is how I will refer to the client this evening. They were not only a successful applicant in the licensure process, but they are also the applicant here this evening, as you have noted, for site plan approval, a recommendation, and also for special land use recommendation. I am here this evening with our managing member, which is Jason Bricko. Also with our local partners here from Royal Oak, Ralph and Mike Bianchi, who are the proprietors of Bianchi Salon and also Elevate Salon Institute, and also Sean Nemu, who was instrumental, along with other business associates, in the development of the Hyatt Place Hotel and the adjacent Icon building. Our architectural design team is Jeff Klatt from Krieger Klatt in Royal Oak, Mitch Harvey from Stonefield Engineering, which until recently was headquartered in Royal Oak. And I also want to make note, because we'll refer to them later, the engineers for our grow and processing facilities were the B, D, and E group out of Farmington Hills, and unfortunately their principal, Hatem Hawawa, is in Ohio on a project and could not be here, but did give us information which will be helpful and will relay to all of you this evening with respect to those two licensed facilities. Mr. Chairman, just a small point of order. I want to request that all of our submittals for site plan and special land use and my letter to the Planning Commission be made part of the record at tonight's proceedings.
I don't know why they can't be done.
Thank you. Before we get into the details, and Jeff Klatt is going to handle most of those on the site plan, I wanted to address briefly, how did the city get to this point and what brought us here tonight? We go back to November of 2018, when nearly 70% of Royal Oak voters approved recreational marijuana, which was the statewide proposal on the ballot. It took nearly a year and a half for the city to very carefully craft a very thorough ordinance, spelling out the criteria for future approvals of marijuana facilities. Of course, Gatsby was one of those applicants. And prior to the deadline of February 1st, 2021, about a year ago, Gatsby timely submitted over 600 pages of documents and plans to the city for what we call 3 co-located facilities, a retailer, grow, and processing operations. Now, in order to even make application, Gatsby had to have pre-qualification status with the state. And for those of you who don't know that term, it's a term that means they've gone through and demonstrated to the state their financing and passed all applicable background checks. And I will tell you, the state is extremely thorough. For most of our clients, it's thousands of pages of financial documents and records, every place you've ever lived. It is very, very thorough. In addition, the city conducted its own review of the applications that were submitted. There were over 30, I understand, for the retailer application, and they also conducted their own background checks. Our particular location on Meyer Drive, for zoning purposes, was somewhat pre-approved via the city's website. There was a system where you could put in the parcel ID number to ensure that your parcel was going to be an eligible property, and ours was indeed, in fact, eligible. There was also a city map that was established or published, and this was in the industrial area that was an approved area for marijuana facilities. After nearly 11 months, the city issued its selections for award of licenses just before Christmas. Gatsby Cannabis is extremely honored to be one of only 2 retailer licensees selected from over 30 applications. Gatsby Cannabis is humbled to be the very first under consideration for Royal Oak licensure and approval, and takes responsibility for being an industry leader very seriously. Now, after this selection, as has been referenced by Mr. Hedges, there is a requirement to come before the Planning Commission for your recommendation of site plan and special land use approvals, which will then be forwarded to the City Commission for final approval. So on the merits of our proposal that you will see here this evening in a moment. First, we've received excellent reports from the Planning Division based upon their review, which is incorporated in the 2 memorandums that you have received and published on the city's website. Although I know you reviewed them, I want to highlight a couple points. There are no site plan deficiencies listed in the site plan memorandum. There are a couple clarifications, and we can handle those later. There are no variances needed from the Zoning Board of Appeals to locate or to operate the Gatsby facilities. I quote from the report, "The staff has not identified any deviations or waivers from required zoning ordinance standards that would be necessary as part of the petitioner's site plan." My point is that I know you handle many of these issues. I appear here and in other communities. This is a very clean report. There is no change to the footprint of the building, but as Jeff Klatt will show you shortly, there is a complete upgrade of the exterior of the building, in addition to substantial and significant interior improvements for all 3 facilities, including a significant number of environmentally sustainable features. I do want to mention that in preparing for tonight, we sent letters inviting all those within 300 feet from the city-provided list to a meeting on February 2nd. We also asked any of those receiving the letter to contact us if they could not attend and had any questions. Now, unfortunately, if you remember last Wednesday, we had a snowstorm. So we, in essence, had to cancel the meeting. There were a couple people who wanted to come, and we told them it'd be better for you to stay home. We did answer their questions. But before that meeting, we had met with our 2 most immediate neighbors, CNN Rentals to the north, and the Royal Oak Nature Society to the east, which is entrusted with the preservation of the Cummingston Park nature area. Both meetings were very positive. We have followed up, and we will believe we will all be good neighbors in the future. In fact, at the CNN Rentals ownership has asked me to communicate to you that they and Gatsby will be able to peacefully coexist. So based upon our selection by the city and the positive reports from the Planning Division, as well as our presentation here tonight, we respectfully request your positive recommendation to the City Commission for approval of site plan and special land use. I do have other specific issues that I'll bring up after Jeff Klatt walks us through the site plan, but for now, on behalf of Gatsby Cannabis, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our proposals. So at this time, I'd like to ask Jeff Klatt to come forward to walk through the site plan.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. I'm Jeff
Introduce yourself, please.
Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects, 2120 East 11 Mile, Royal Oak.
Please proceed.
As many of you are aware, our firm has had the good fortune over the years to have designed many projects in Royal Oak. This includes both new buildings and renovations to existing structures. From a renovation or adaptive reuse standpoint, this project will be the most transformative of those that we have been a part of. Although this building served its current user and owner well for many, many years, it is in need of a major repair or overhaul from both a building and site standpoint. And that's exactly what this project proposes to do. Like Mr. Cowan mentioned, we are proud of the fact that unlike many projects that come before you, this project meets and exceeds all the zoning regulations imposed upon it. Our team is also very proud of the green infrastructure components that we've been able to weave into the design of both the building and the site as well too. So Mr. Hedges, we submitted a presentation, and if you would mind navigating that for us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. If you could jump to the next image, or the next page. So this isn't, we'll walk you through the overall location of the site and then the site plan itself. So this is a high-level aerial view. Our proposed site is indicated by the highlighted square, generally in the middle of the screen. We are at the corner of Meyer Drive and Torquay Avenue, just east of the existing Meyer facility, right in the middle of the screen. Next slide, please. This is our proposed site plan for the development. We are bound by Meyer Drive to the left-hand side of the screen and Torquay Avenue to the bottom of the screen. The large gray shaded rectangle represents the building footprint. That's the existing footprint. We are proposing no modifications to that. The site is accessed by 2 driveway locations, and those are existing as well. One along Meyer Drive at the southwest corner, and then one at Torquay Avenue at the southeast corner. The light gray shading represents the driving lanes, the maneuverability around the site. Parking is to the south of the building and the east side as well too. And we are required to provide 26 parking spaces, but we have 29 for a surplus of 3. Other site features include trash receptacles that are hidden from public view at the east side of the site. We have the required loading zone. There was some indication in the staff report about a gate, and there is an existing gate on the north end, but we will remove the gate and close that in, so that'll be removed. We are proposing ample green space around the site with a robust landscape plan, river birches along Meyer Drive, red maple trees, white oak trees around the site as well too, with various plantings as well in the lawn areas. The entry to the retail component of the site is at the southwest corner where that small number 5 is located. And then we also have a bike parking area, which I believe is number 5. Can't see that well. And as mentioned earlier, we have many green improvements or many green design features we are incorporating throughout the site. I think the next slide might help show that a bit better. So I'll indicate where these are, and then our civil engineer, Mitch Harvey from Stonefield, will elaborate on some of these concepts. So along Meyer Drive, on the bottom of the screen, we are proposing a bioswale in that green area. We have various rain garden features around the site, southwest corner, southeast corner. Also along the eastern edge of the property will be another rain garden. We are proposing permeable pavers underneath the parking spaces at the majority of our parking areas, and that's indicated by the different shading you'll see in some of those cars in the rendering. Those are permeable pavers. At the roof level, we are proposing photovoltaic panels that'll cover approximately 60% of the roof area, and we can explain that in more detail later. And the balance of the roof will be covered with a green roof feature, a tray-mounted green roof system. And with that, I'll pass the baton to Mitch to elaborate on some of these concepts.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Mitch Harvey, Stonefield Engineering. If you can just switch to the next slide. I'll just go through one more, please. I'm just going to go through some of the green infrastructure that we provided on site and kind of some of the exciting components from us from a civil engineering perspective got to design while we were taking a look at this site. So this is the first BMP that we are proposing on site. This is a rain garden, and essentially it's different from your typical curb island where you would just have landscape mounded up, a tree or two. What you have here is actually a stormwater management practice that utilizes the plants within the rain garden to kind of treat the water, as well as provide some level of storage, because you have, if you can see in that detail, a raised pipe, so you would actually have about 6 to 18 inches of water that would be detained on there as it filters through the soil media below the plants. If you want to go to the next slide, please. This is our vegetated swale that will be along Meyer Drive. This is essentially a larger version of a rain garden, except it has a slight slope to it. One key thing about our vegetated swale is that we're providing these river birch trees within the swale. They're kind of a neat looking tree where they have that flaky looking bark that you'll see around at the site. But the purpose of this design is the same. It's a green infrastructure stormwater practice that provides that water quality and water detention volume that we look for when designing these kind of sites. If you don't mind going to the next one. The third BMP that we are proposing here is permeable pavers. Approximately, or actually 20 of the parking spaces will be paved in these permeable pavers. Basically, the idea is there, as opposed to water sheet flowing off, is it'll infiltrate through the pavers, go through a soil media, and then hit an under drain, which will be directed to our detention system, which I believe is our next slide. So we have both a underground detention system proposed under the parking lot, as well as a stormwater cistern. The cistern will be used to capture roof water to be reused within the site irrigation. And then the underground detention basin will account for any volume that we have not been able to account for within the green infrastructure practices. In general, the rain gardens, the bioswales, you only get about 6 inches to 18 inches of storage across the bottom of that. So the remainder will be handled by an underground detention system, either a chambered system or a system with pipes. We'll work with city engineers on the formal and final design of that. Next slide. The bike racks, as Mr. Klett discussed, we will have 4 bike parking spaces in the front of our site. That's per code. That'll be right along the main entrance. And then the next slide is the green roof, which I'll hand back over to Mr. Klett to touch on some of the roof structure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as was mentioned earlier in some of the renderings that we showcased, we will have a green roof system that'll cover approximately 60%, roughly, I think it's about 2,700 square feet of the roof area. Sorry, the photovoltaics will cover about 60%. This is a tray-mounted system. These trays are roughly 24 by 24 or 12 by 24 interlocking grids that'll cover the roof area. So some of these will detain the water or slowly release it to the roof area, which will then travel to the gutter, to the downspouts, and then into a cistern we have located in the parking lot area. So that'll be used for landscape irrigation, or some of that will be located or will move to the rain gardens on the eastern edge of the site. Next slide, please. And as mentioned earlier, this is the photovoltaic panel system. So this will cover about 60% of the roof area. So these are 400 watt high efficiency LG panels. And what I was told from our electrical engineer, it'll provide about 12% of the building's total energy needs over the course of a year. Next slide, please. LED lighting. Lighting is one of the primary consumers of energy in these facilities. So we have a state-of-the-art light here, which is the Gavita horticulture light system within the grow areas. And any other light within the site, around the site or within the building will be LED as well. Next slide, please. This is a floor plan for the facility, and I apologize that the north arrow is wrong here. That should be turned to the left. So the bottom, or the lower portion of the floor plan faces Meyer Drive. So what this indicates is the 3 main areas of the facility, which are represented by the various shading. So green is the grow area, which is roughly 8,400 square feet. And mind you that all these are separate, distinct spaces. There's no travel between these spaces from the interior. So the grow area is about 8,400 square feet. The processing area, which is blue in the slide, is about 1,400 square feet. And then our retail component in the right-hand corner is about 1,600 square feet. And as you can see on the plan there, the door to the retail piece is at the bottom, which would be the southwest corner of the building itself. And then please note too, which will be evident in some of the renderings later on, that we are proposing a screen wall in front of that main entry along Meyer Drive to help shield from public view. Odor is something that our team took very serious with this project. And although we did not submit an odor control plan in our first submittal, we have since worked with a local expert to design one, and that is the plan you see in front of you. So I'm not an expert myself in odor control, but I can provide you a high-level overview of these systems that are proposed. So as Mr. Cowan mentioned, we contracted with BD&E Group. They are mechanical engineers that specialize in odor control for marijuana facilities. So we are proposing a very robust system with various levels of redundancy to really minimize or eliminate odors within this facility itself. So where those red symbols and blue symbols are indicated, that's in the grow area, which was that green shading we had on the previous slide. So there's various rooms within the grow area itself, and each room will be treated as a sealed unit. So for example, the first step is to create that sealed unit. We'll have various insulated metal wall panels, metal roof panels to create really a room within a room. Each one of those rooms will have its own mini-split HVAC system to treat the air. So from a ventilation standpoint, the first step is the use of air scrubbers. You can really see that image in the bottom right corner of the screen. So this is a passive system that recirculates air, but it uses a carbon filter to remove some of the odor from the air itself. The next step is a clean leaf odor control unit, which is a state-of-the-art unit. It's a multi-stage filtration system that cleans particles of the air that enter it, filters the odor from the air with carbon canisters, and reduces mold and mildew in the air itself. The final step is the actual exhaust. And again, we are using a carbon filter. An exhaust fan pulls air through the carbon filter to the exterior of the building. So the result of that is clean, odor-free air. The next slide will indicate this is an image of an existing facility of how these rooms within a room are constructed. So this is an individual grow room. You can see on the far right, that is one of the panels. That's a profile of one of the wall panels. It's insulated, and there's metal on each side. And then they interlock to form the walls and the roof, and then they're all sealed up. The next slide, please. This is that final step where we exhaust the air from the building. So that red arrow indicates the air that'll pass through the carbon filter while being pulled out from the exhaust fan to the exterior of the building. And this is common for most of these facilities. This is the only step. What we're proposing is the redundancy, which is the next slide. So these are those two other pieces I mentioned, the air scrubbers that really treat the air first, and then the additional clean leaf system that, again, provides further scrubbing of the air before it's exhausted. So there's a lot of built-in redundancy here. Next slide, please. This is the proposed exterior of the building. So we have various 2D elevations, but I think the renderings tell a better tale here. But just from a high-level standpoint, the building consists of masonry and metal siding panels. So all the metal siding, any siding that's damaged will be repaired and replaced, and will be painted black to match the Gatsby branding scheme. So the image on top, that is our north elevation. You can see a mixture of the metal panels as well as the masonry. You can also see the roof-mounted photovoltaic panels. The lower image is what we call our front facade that faces Meyer Drive. Again, the same color scheme. We have decorative LED fixtures balanced throughout the facade. At the right-hand corner, we'll have new storefront glazing at the retail component. And then I mentioned that decorative screen. That'll be a laser-cut brass screen, which again represents the Gatsby branding. Next slide, please. Again, these are the south elevation and east elevation, very similar features. We're also proposing a very thin, low-profile horizontal canopy over the entry system, which will accent the architectural features of the building. Then again, as I mentioned, the next slide shows some of the renderings of the facility. This is more of a dusk view. This is a view at that front corner. This would be the southwest corner of the building. You can see that'll be the retail area where we have the new glazing, that laser-cut brass screen in front of that, the canopy with the thin strip of LED lighting. The logos, the signage will meet all zoning ordinance regulations and is a placeholder for now. But again, it matches the Gatsby branding. And this is another image from that same corner showing some of the landscape features. And I believe that wraps up our architectural presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members, just a couple points to follow up on, and we'll be able to take any questions now or later from you. First, I want to thank Jeff Klatt from Krieger Klatt and Mitch Harvey of Stonefield Engineering for all their hard work on this project. What you see before you, as Mr. Klatt said, is really a transformational project of a site that is in dire need of upgrade. There's been many hours of review, discussion, and creativity by our entire team. It's been a very thoughtful approach to the site, compliant with the city requirements and state law. And just so all of you know, there is a lot of redundancy between what we'll go through with the city and then with the state. If we're able to move forward upon all the appropriate approvals and build out, we do need a certificate of occupancy. But we also need a review by the state, which is done by the Bureau of Fire and Safety for all of the grow operations, the processing operations, all the state requirements, which are very, very significant. There's 21 pages of regulations which refer to various construction and state codes, NPA codes that all have to be observed when you are building out a marijuana facility of the nature that Gatsby is proposing. So there's still a ways to go. This is still obviously we are submitting our site plan, but there's a lot of work to be done as we move forward. And although everyone we know is entitled to their opinion, and I'm sure we'll hear some tonight, we believe we have put forward the facts and have met the criteria established by the city ordinance, and that the facts will help guide your decision. We believe we have designed this facility in such a way to mitigate any potential impact on any of our neighbors. We have provided parking in excess of the requirements. We are not in any way adversely impacting traffic. I do want to mention that we did in fact conduct a traffic survey by the firm of Fleiss and Vandenbrink, which is very well known in Oakland County and has submitted plans here before and studies. We conducted that and included it as part of our application package with the city. The conclusion was, and I read from the report, the results of this study indicate that the impact of the proposed development on the adjacent roadway system is minimal, and the existing roadway network can adequately accommodate the projected site-generated traffic. Therefore, no mitigation measures are recommended. I just wanted to make that point because that was brought up earlier this evening, and I have some other detail I can provide in that regard. We on the Gatsby team are not unmindful that there are some who question the proximity of our facilities to the nearby vocational school. In response, we want to let all of you on the Planning Commission and members of the public to know the following. Gatsby Cannabis will conduct its operations in full compliance with applicable state law, city ordinances, and regulations. And as required under state law, no one under the age of 21 is allowed in the building or to purchase any marijuana products. All persons coming to the retail facility will need to produce a government-issued identification card, most likely a driver's license. That ID will be put through a scanner to confirm that it is a valid ID. Only after producing a valid government-issued ID showing that you are 21 years or older and having that card scanned will the customer be allowed to move from a lobby area to the product sale area. As a result of our operating this facility in compliance with law and regulations, and the ID check is just one of those regulations we have to meet, as they are promulgated by the Marijuana Regulatory Agency, we believe that Gatsby's facilities will have no impact on operations or the business or the conduct of the vocational school, its employees, or any students. Whether a marijuana facility such as Gatsby's is 100 feet away, 1,000 feet away, or a mile away, it is not important as how the facility will be operated by Gatsby. These facilities will be operated in the highest operational standards to prevent those who are not allowed to purchase marijuana products from doing so. So I want to thank you for your attention. We have certainly other areas I know you may be interested in, security and other information that we can provide to you, and we're prepared to answer any of your questions at this time or later after the public hearing.
Are there questions for the petitioner?
I was curious about just total, it might be something for Mr. Clapmore, total site landscaping, green space, including the roof as part of that. What would you say the percentage of the total site is that's the landscape green features?
That is a great question.
Oh.
19.3%, not including the green roof.
Glad I asked Mr. Clapp, and then who? Thank you for that.
Other questions? I have a couple questions. You mentioned the state licensing process, and in fact, our standards that we're to apply under the ordinance here in Royal Oak mentions that the petitioner has pre-qualification status for an applicable license. So you have stated that your client has the pre-qualification status, yes?
Absolutely, yes.
You also mentioned that it had a lot to do with background checks and financial. Did the state, because I don't know, I'm not a cannabis licensing attorney, did the state review the site plan or the design in their pre-qualification process?
No. There's two steps to any marijuana licensure process in the state of Michigan. One is the pre-qualification. After the pre-qualification status, which most municipalities, including Royal Oak, ask that there be pre-qualification status, because then the city doesn't have to do all that financial analysis, and they're leaving that to the state of Michigan. Then we go to with that pre-qualification status, you go to the community, apply, are selected, go through the site plan process. Step 2 is that secondary process. They don't necessarily review the site plan, they'll certainly review the building plan. There are other plans that we have to put forward to the state that are not required at this point, such as the security plan. Let me give you a small example. Cameras. There are more cameras in a marijuana facility than there are in a casino. I know that's hard to believe. Cameras have to be at every ingress and egress point. They have to be at every door passageway point. They have to be at any place where money is being exchanged or payment is being made. There have to be cameras in any part of the facility that has the marijuana product. They have to be cameras on the safe where the product is stored in the evening and money is kept. So all movement except the restrooms is pretty much guided and recorded and kept for 30 days at a minimum as required under city ordinance and state law. And those we will turn over to the Royal Oak Police Department anytime they ask for any investigation they may be conducting.
All right. I don't know anything about security at these sites, so I'm going to ask: how is the money handled, and are there any weapons on site?
I don't believe. No, we don't have any armed security. There's plenty of security on site. We believe that's adequate.
We have personnel on site for security at night, or is that not necessary?
I'll have to ask that question. Do we have? Yeah, we do have personnel in the off hours who are security on site. In addition, with respect to in the evening hours or in the non-business hours, you are required to have the product and any monies that are on site in a safe or secured, similar secured area, and that has to be approved by the state of Michigan, by the BSF when they do their inspection.
Okay, and just to clarify about the money, is it cash or using Bitcoin, or what is the process?
It's mostly cash. That's right now, given the situation with the federal government. I won't go into a long story, but most of the business is done by cash. You're not allowed to use credit card or debit card at this time.
All right. Okay, those are the questions I have for this part of the petitioner. I have a couple other questions. Does anybody else have a question? Okay, I got to ask about some design issues. Just out of curiosity from the Stonefield engineer, I have a couple questions. On the permeable pavers, it appears that, right now it's asphalt, right?
The current site?
Currently, it's
As
asphalt?
is, yeah, it's asphalt.
Okay, are you going to redo the whole parking lot?
Yeah, that's correct. We're going
Okay.
to redo the whole parking lot and take out, in the 20 spaces, we're going to take out the full asphalt depth and replace those with permeable pavers.
Okay, and then some percentage is going to be new asphalt and some percentage is going to be permeable pavers?
Yes, there'll be 0 old asphalt.
Okay. North side fence, is that going to stay a cyclone fence, or what are you going to do there?
So we have a wall up around the west side, and then it kind of bends in to the north there. And then there's going to be where the current gate is shown, that is actually going to be fenced off.
Okay, with the cyclone fence?
Yes, I don't
Like
think
it is now?
Yes, I don't think we specify the specific material, if it's going to be cyclone or what, but it will be a secure fence.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, just a question about, currently the current use is more automotive related, and I apologize, I don't know exactly what operations take place there. Will there be any sort of environmental remediation done in your plans? Cleaning up the site. I see you're putting a lot of this green infrastructure in. I imagine sometimes when we see these antiquated sites, they have oil and pollution and everything down below, and just curious about that element of the project.
Our client has conducted all the appropriate environmental due diligence and is taking any steps that may be required with respect to that due diligence. So, yes, whatever we're required to do will be done.
So if there's toxic soils under there, you're cleaning them up, removing them, and...
Mr. Corbin, is there anything on site?
Not where I know of yet. Okay.
Not that we've uncovered. There didn't appear to be any underground storage tanks or anything of that nature that need to be removed.
Okay.
And then we'll also be providing water quality units for Royal Oak standards.
Did you do core samples at all?
Not yet, no. We're hoping we got infiltrated soils, but if not, we're going to need under drains.
Okay. So that nice park back there. We'll make sure it keeps clean.
All right. Other questions for the petitioner? Mr. Curtis?
Yeah, I think I heard somewhere in the presentation about the site plan, the idea of I'm looking for, I think the phrase was screen wall along Meyer Drive.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Screen wall along Meyer Drive. If I got that right or wrong, I'm not sure. I thought I heard...
Yes, Mr. Curtis, you're right. This rendering, maybe the one before this might do a better job showing that. It's a laser cut brass wall it's off the building, maybe 10 feet in front of the glazing. So it helps to shield that to some degree while providing a decorative element.
Oh, is that offered in the more yellowish color there?
Correct, yes.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
meant to
So
be
my
brass
question had
cut.
to do with how high is that screen wall roughly?
I don't have it. I would estimate that's probably in the 8-foot range, give or take.
Thank you.
6 to 8 foot range.
Other questions? Because I have one from Mr. Cladd if nobody else does. Okay, so you got this up here. I love the screen wall. I notice you've got your vertical decorative lights on the exterior of the building.
Yes.
You got a dark building. You got a dark element there with the greenery. And I question whether or not your rendering is accurately showing what it's going to look like, because those types of lights with the exposed lens facing out tend to glare, and whenever they're around, they glare and they really don't show what's around them. They don't really light what's around them, and I would ask for you to consider putting some sort of a shade on it or something that does not glare. I don't think it's going to look like that when you build it.
No, that is correct, and that's just in the rendering. I think the brightness is up too much, but the intent is just a soft glow. It's not intended to be an overpowering light source there.
I understand that it's not intended to be, but you go around town and all those lights pretty much are too bright. So I just make the comment.
No, I appreciate that.
Right.
That's a great input. Great point, and we can definitely tone that down. And we can work with city staff too to make sure that we are not providing something that's over the foot candle requirement.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Ms. Beakey?
I appreciate all the green features and the potential for adaptive reuse. I have a question. You mentioned you were able to meet with a couple of the neighboring facilities, and I was wondering if you also met with the Oakland County vocational school that you mentioned.
We did not. We asked for a meeting. Verbally, we were promised a meeting. And a couple days later, we were told in a letter from their outside attorney that despite our gesture to have a meeting, they didn't think it would be fruitful. We were disappointed that we could not have a meeting. We stand ready to meet anytime. But in a direct answer to your question, no. Despite the outreach, we did not have a meeting.
Other questions for the petitioner or the team? All right, before we get to the public comment, I'm going to turn back to Mr. Hedges. You heard the presentation, you heard our questions. Is there anything you need to fill in at this point?
Nothing further we need to add to our staff report. Mr. Cowan did state that our staff report did not identify any deficiencies in regards to the zoning ordinance standards. He did briefly address the issue with the 1,000-foot setback between the Oakland School Technical Center. We did reference that within our special land use permit staff report on why that buffer was not applied in this case. Did include letter of correspondence from the city attorney's office. I can also defer to the city attorney if he has anything further to elaborate on that as to why we did not apply the 1,000-foot buffer in this instance.
All right. I'm sure we'll get some questions on that. All right, you have nothing further to add?
No.
Okay, given that, we'll bring up the public hearing aspect of this. Do we have people who want to speak on this agenda item? I saw the first hand go up right there. Not the gentleman with the hat, the lady back here. Come on up, introduce yourself, and you got 3 minutes.
My name is Melissa Morris, and I'm the Executive Director for the Royal Oak Community Coalition. I do want to state that I disagree. Oakland Technical Center is a school, and these are high school kids that are brought in from other high schools. They spend half the day at their high school, and the other half is spent at the tech center. I would like to also bring up a fact that out of all the cannabis licenses, everyone reached out to the coalition to establish a relationship, but the fact is Gatsby never reached out, nor did they ever return any phone calls from myself to establish a relationship. But that being said, with the coalition being in the community for 39 years, involved with the mission to educate the Royal Oak community and its youth about the harm of marijuana use, the Royal Oak Community Coalition would like to request a collaborative opportunity with Gatsby Cannabis Company to ensure that the youth and the community are safe. I have a lot more to say, but I'd rather have that go out with Gatsby. But I just wanted to state the fact that they never reached out. They never offered to work. Everybody else applying for a license reached out to the coalition, and we want to work with them because our job is to keep the community of Royal Oak or anybody else that comes into this city safe and educated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next hand I saw was on this side of the aisle there. I don't know if we'll be able to take them in order, but back in the back there, I saw your hand up. Come on up. Please introduce yourself, and you got 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Angie Haley, and I'm employed at 5055 Delamere Avenue in Royal Oak. I am a concerned citizen and asking that the Royal Oak Planning Commission and Board reconsider your location for Gatsby Candidacy. In 1971, the school located at 5055 Delamere was opened by Royal Oak Board of Education as a school to teach at the time vocational education, offering programs like optical, cosmetology, culinary arts, health, radio production, only to name a few. The Royal Oak Board of Education opened their door to the southeast quadrant of Oakland County, hence where the original name came was Sealbeck. In the early 2000s, Oakland Schools ISD took control of the building, and the teaching staff then became employees of Oakland Schools. Through the last 51 years, the building located at 5055 Delamere has been a school for high school students in the southeast quadrant to explore and learn career opportunities, helping them make decisions about college and career choices. The southeast quadrant services 12 local school districts in 20 high schools. This area covers from Bloomfield High to Ferndale High, over to Southfield and to Troy. This does not include students from the outer quadrants that attend programs that are not offered at the other 3 schools. The enrollment is over 800 11th and 12th grade students that attend either AM session or the PM session. Over 12% of our current students are Royal Oak High School students. The definition of school is an institution at which instruction is given in a particular discipline. The Oakland Schools Technical Campus is a school that teaches high school students and give them the opportunity to explore careers in engineering, health, criminal justice, computers, graphic design, welding, culinary arts, auto, construction, and energy. I have spent a few minutes educating you on the property of 5055 Delamere, knowing what the state law states, a weed facility being within 1,000 feet of a public school. You, the Royal Oak Planning Commission, please work with Gatsby Candidacy in finding another building for their facility away from schools where underage students do attend. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the gentleman here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Attorney Thomas Levine with Cannabis Counsel Law Firm. I represent LG Wellness, Inc., one of the applicants who was not selected yet. And I was on the committee that put this on the ballot, and the idea was that this 1,000 feet from a school is the rule. And the exceptions, an exception to that is in the state law. But that, it was really intended for, you got a small little main street and one high school, and there just isn't anywhere to go. I mean, here, our place was on Woodward, no schools around. There's plenty of room in Royal Oak to locate that, not next to a school. These are students that, should be taken into consideration, and I respect the community, teachers, and parents, and their concerns should be heeded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right here. Come on up, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Darshawn Turner. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I have lived here for nearly 15 years. I have 2 students who go to school in the community. I have a son who goes to school at WROK. I love that school. It is a school. He is 16 years old. He started at 15 years old. He is an impressionable young man, like all of the students who go there. I don't care about your facts. What I care about is my child. If you open up that dispensary, it will destroy their impressions of what this community stands for. Families. Now, weed can be sold anywhere. It should not be sold within 1,000 feet of a school. You have a rule. You should stick to it. It is not right to break your rules, and that is what you're doing, and you know it. Now, I will not vote for you again if this passes.
Thank you. Who's next? Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Bob Muller, 74-year resident of Royal Oak, homeowner for 53 years. I'm, if this goes through, going to be one of the neighbors because I represent the Royal Oak Nature Society. The businesses that have been along that strip have been a problem for 20 years with the trash and the garbage and the stuff that finds its way into the park that we get to carry out. Because the city does not maintain that park. My group of volunteers, most of which who are over the age of 70, have to carry out and do the stuff. They approached us very early in the game. They were curious what the woods behind the facility they were thinking of using was, and called up to see, who are we? What's going on? And asked if they could get a tour of the nature park and hear what we did. I'm looking forward to having them as a neighbor because the ones that I've had haven't been good. My degree also is in environmental studies from the U of M, and I was astounded tonight looking at that. I don't know if there's going to be a greener building anywhere in this city. And I was really happy to see the choice of the trees they made. I didn't know that. Really fantastic choices. But it looks to me as if it's a secure facility. It would be difficult for anyone underage to get in there and buy anything. And we have, an ammunition selling place near the middle school. I'm sure there's bars, and certainly Myers, I'm sure, sells beer, wine, and whiskey, of which would be easier for a high school student to purchase than to get into their facility and get anything. But anyways, I'm personally for this facility. I think it would be a really good neighbor to our nature park. And in fact, we'd be able to hold it up as an example of how to build a building. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Over here.
Good evening.
Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Nicole Milton. I just wanted to take into consideration that these guys have put a lot of energy into this thought process of getting to this point. They would never have applied to this building if it was not allowed in Royal Oak. They went under all the conditions, everything that you wanted, the city wanted, the state wants, they have presented. As far as for the school, we have reached out to the school. We tried to talk to the school early on. They did not want to have a conversation. So there's been ongoing efforts. As far as the community group, I apologize that we didn't get to them because I am working with the Gatsby group. They have put over $250,000 into this project to get to this point. To tell them at this point, they picked a building, they have a location, that they can't be here is not fair. If we could open up the conversation on both sides so that we could work together rather than to cut out one over the other, I think there would be some balance there and it would be a great coexisting business. Again, like the gentleman just said, Myers has liquor. Any kid can walk into a Myers store and have a fake ID. They don't check for state IDs. This is very, very regulated on the state level. And there's no way anyone can get past the door, let alone the property, to get into the building. Secondarily, in the school, kids are bused in the school. They bus in, they bus out. They don't hang out. They don't go to Myers and do that. They're in the school, they're in and out. So I think that there can be some coexisting in this building. I think that they have put in so much time and energy and passion into this. This is now the new prohibition. This is the same thing with alcohol. The kids are going to know what cannabis is. It's around them in every city and everywhere they go. So why not explain it to them and understand what it is rather than try and shield them from it so they don't understand what it is and then they want to know and they're not exposed to it. So I have to say thank you.
Thank you. I'll go here.
Good evening.
Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Barton Morris. I'm an attorney here in the city of Royal Oak. I'm also a past resident of the city of Royal Oak. My office is on 520 North Main Street. I am the principal attorney and the founder of the Cannabis Legal Group. I am a cannabis attorney. I have not been paid by any of the applicants or any of the awardees, licensed awardees, or presumptive awardees. But after reading and seeing all of the publicity as it relates to this issue with regard to the school and reading the comments that have been made by the Oakland County Technical School, I felt it important for me to voice my opinion as I am an expert in this area. I have always been against, and I think everybody in this room is against, underage marijuana use. Those that are under the age of 21, just like alcohol, should not be using marijuana. Nevertheless, there is a significant amount of documented, peer-reviewed scientific evidence that demonstrates that legalization of marijuana does not increase the use of marijuana amongst teens and those under the age of 21. In fact, there's been significant and a number of studies that have demonstrated that that there is a reduction in the amount of use of marijuana. The National Survey for Drug Use and Health. It's a survey that culminates in a report every single year. Has demonstrated nationally the past year cannabis use for people of the ages between 12 and 18 has reduced significantly from about 15.8% to 13.2% since 2002 up until 2018. In Michigan, since we've legalized marijuana in 2018, there has been a significant average of a 9% reduction from 14-something% to less than 13% in 2020. So that's since we've legalized recreational marijuana, there has been a steady reduction of the use of marijuana amongst teens and amongst those under the age of 21. I don't understand. I do appreciate the fact that it's a school. It is a school. I'm sure there's very good learning and respectable learning that's going on there. But there's no evidence to suggest, and I haven't heard one thing to suggest that there would be an increase in the use of marijuana for those that are attending that school. In addition, I represent over a dozen retail facilities in this state. None of them have ever been cited for delivering marijuana to somebody that is under the age of 21. In fact, the Marijuana Regulatory Agency keeps public statistics with respect to the number of people that have been, the number of facilities that have been cited for that. I have never seen one facility have been cited for the delivery of marijuana to a minor. It is not happening. It is not a realistic fear. I don't believe that there's any support to it, and the city's choice to exclude this school is legitimate. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Catherine Maggi. I live on Farnham. I'd like to say that if this facility were put up next to an elementary school or a middle school, or for that matter, the Royal Oak High School, you'd see a lot more parents in here. The fact that it's next to what's considered a technical school, are those students that go there somehow less than because they go to that school? They're still high school students. No matter any way you slice it, they're kids. This facility, you enacted an ordinance. This city put an ordinance in place not to have this type of facility 1,000 feet from a school. It's a school with high school students. Furthermore, I think you're putting lipstick on a pig when you're trying to sell us bioswales and special tiles and a green roof. That's all great, but you're neglecting the fact that it's a school that you're putting this facility next to, and there's an ordinance in this town that says it's not supposed to be there. Follow the rules that are in place. And I really would like to suggest that all of the councils in Royal Oak quit looking at the city of Royal Oak through glasses filled with dollar signs and look at what the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you. That's you. Introduce yourself, I think, again, and then you have 3 minutes.
Rick Karlowski, 419 Virginia. Yeah, I'm a little bit appalled when a petitioner comes in and says 1,000 feet doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, it would not be in the state regulation. It would not have been passed that way, and it would not have been written that way. It does matter. And there is a way to get around it. It's for the city commission to enact an ordinance to say that they don't want to do it. They have not done that. Now, how in the heck the city attorney allowed a petitioner to just not even bother with the 1,000-foot initially? I mean, they should not even be here. That should have been a disqualifying thing right up front. Early on, they should not have even been here because they're too close to the school according to the ordinance. And the fact that it's inconvenient, even for somebody who happens to have a great deal of political clout and contributes a great deal to politics in this town, is not the point. Either the ordinance stands or it doesn't. And apparently, if you got the right connections, it don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
David Kraus. I reside on Knowles. In your introduction, you indicated that Mr. Leal apparently had provided an opinion about the 1,000-foot waiver. I was wondering if he can comment on that and exactly the basis for his opinion and what he actually said. You indicated that perhaps somebody could question him about it. I just want to know what he said and the basis. It certainly can't be attorney-client privilege because we are now basing it is part of the basis for this application. I was wondering what his position was and where he came with it.
Well, I don't remember saying that there was Mr. Leal had opinion. I think there's a letter in the packet, sir. I think it's in.
From whom? Mr. Leal?
I think it's from the other attorney. But what's in the packet?
Okay, then I'll ask you: has Mr. Leal looked at this for the 1,000-foot type of issue on the ordinance as the city attorney?
Yeah, I don't know what the procedure is for asking the city attorney. I suppose you can.
Well, and he's sitting right here. Can we ask him?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is a listening process. We could refer to that later.
Yeah, I'm sure you can communicate with the city attorney's office, but this is not. This is a presentation by you.
No, this is a presentation by Mr. Callan and his people. We are commenting on it. In your introduction, you seemed to make mention that Mr. Leal had indeed addressed this. Has he or not? It's a simple question. He's sitting right here.
Mr.
He
Chairman,
can tell us.
Point of order. I will ask that question when public comment is done so we get an answer, but point of order, just to continue public comment, we should move forward.
Well, then will we be able to make further public comment once we find the basis of his of his opinion, if he has one? Because that seems to be an essential issue in this public comment, and we're not being provided all of the information to assess the proper public comment, to make the proper public comments. I don't understand why we have to wait, and then after we go, oh, no more public comment, here's the reason he gave it. We now have an opportunity right now for him to provide that information, and he's not doing it. I think that that's improper. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Laura Kapala-Bondi, and I'm counsel for Oakland Schools, which operates the tech center that's only 88 feet from Gatsby's proposed location. 88 feet! That's unprecedented. I am not aware of any other community that permits a marijuana facility that close to a school, and this community isn't supposed to either. City ordinances require a 1,000-foot buffer, over 10 times what's proposed here, from schools with a curriculum equivalent to K-12. As you've already heard, that's exactly what this school is. Every school district in the county has or is sending high school students to the technical center for classes. It's an extension of every one of those schools. They take math or reading at their home district high school, are bused into the tech center, and complete a vocational class at the tech center, which they get credit for from their home district. The tech center provides an integral part of the 9 to 12 curriculum for each of these schools, and it should be covered by the city's buffer ordinance. There's no reason to treat these children differently when they're taking their math classes at Royal Oak High School than when they're taking culinary arts. Allowing a marijuana facility within 88 feet of the tech center when it wouldn't be allowed within 1,000 feet of the Royal Oak High School sends a horrible message that children's worth is determined by their career path. While the tech center shouldn't be treated differently, if the city maintains its position that the city's buffer doesn't apply to the tech center, and in fact no city ordinance provides a buffer for that school, the good news for students is that state law steps in to fill the void. There's a default buffer under the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act in absence of an applicable local ordinance. That buffer is 1,000 feet. It can't be waived ad hoc or varied ad hoc for any particular applicant. This law doesn't apply only to businesses that are run poorly. It applies to every applicant that has gone through the rigorous Michigan licensing process. There's no exception for pretty buildings or applicants that check all IDs. They all do that. The only way to avoid application of this default is to have already passed an ordinance with a different buffer distance, which was not done here. There's no way to grant the special land use permit for this site without violating state law or without devaluing the aspirations of 800 kids. There's no reason to do either when these businesses can just locate elsewhere in the city.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Sergio Vesmajian. I've been in the city of Royal Oak with business for about 25 years now. Full disclosure, I do have a competing application in this, but I've never done anything that I put the city's needs more importantly than my own. And I can even say that a year before you guys put together what the ordinance was going to look like, a lot of people approached us, since we do have several properties, real estate properties in Royal Oak, that they should do it in the downtown district. And I said, no, you know what, you don't want that. You have families around, you don't want this in front of you. Even though I do feel that marijuana is a healthy thing and helps people, but I just think that there's certain places it shouldn't be. And I think the presentation was very nicely done, but I mean, I think it's a beautiful presentation, but I still feel very strongly that it should not be in this area. And the one thing I want to be very clear on, all these people are commenting and they're saying things, that they're voicing their opposition, but when the presentation was done here, no one on the board was thinking about the proximity of the school to this. I mean, you guys do have the power to look at this kind of things, and that's what this is for. It's a site plan, and you're supposed to see whether or not it meets the criteria of the ordinance. So I heard about the school about a year ago, before the zoning map, when it was going on, and when you first hear Oakland Technical School, I thought, you know, why are they arguing about this? Because is it like a Lawrence Tech? You know, these guys, people that are going there are probably 25, 35 years old. But then after they were awarded, and I did actually more research now, and I should have done it before, it is a high school. I mean, the people that go there are only 11th and 12th graders. You have to be attending a high school now in order to go. You're bussed in from the school and you get high school credit. The teachers there are part of the same, they pay into the same fund as other high school teachers do. So what separates them from another school? It doesn't make any sense. And like you guys said, it is right there. It's only 80 feet away from them. So having this right in front of them, there's a reason why that was put in the ordinance. And it just doesn't make sense to me. And especially since you guys had 37 applications to look at, and forget mine, look at all the other ones. You're telling me I don't understand how this was awarded here. And again, it was a beautiful presentation, but it is right across the street from a high school. So the one thing is again, look at that, and also look at the power that you guys have. It's put into play because, one, the person who awards it, then it has to go to site plan, and you guys have to see if it meets the ordinance and if it meets site plan. If a liquor store can't be located right across the street from here, I can guarantee you, if I came here before this ordinance was done and I said I wanted to put a liquor store here, you guys would say, no, there's a school across the street. And that's what the site plan is for. I've been to plenty of site plan meetings. You guys look at what is the proximity, does it meet certain requirements? And I just don't think it does, and you guys have to take a look at that, and that is what it is. I mean, I just think it by not doing that, you're taking all the voices of all these people that have kids that go in there. And I know if my kid was going to that school, I would not want a marijuana facility right across the street from them. It is literally right across the street, and they're going to see that every single day, and they're going to say, "What is marijuana?" Even if they don't know about it, they're going to be more curious about it, and they're going to want to probably try it more often. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Alex Schneider. I live on Knowles. I'd like to tell the residents how it's done in this city. They select a favorable person. I mean, the city commission does. Not directly, but with a nod and a wink, the message is passed to the city attorney's office, and they come up with the appropriate funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, standing there. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Amy Conrad. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Amy Conrad. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I am here not only as a parent of an OSTC student at that location, but I'm here as a teacher. And I think that's one of the pieces that's currently missing. I can get into a back and forth about the fact that my son doesn't bus in to that OSTC center. I could get into a back and forth about what we believe about certain issues that have been brought up this evening. But the reality is what everyone else has been saying. If this was ROHS, there is no chance that we would be continuing to have this discussion. We wouldn't be there. And for me as a teacher, I am appalled and saddened that the certified teachers at OSTC are being given less than the appropriate amount of respect. I can tell you personally, in this pandemic, in the last 2 years, the amount of teachers that have left our profession has been mind-boggling. At the district that I teach in, multiple positions are available and have been filled with non-certified teachers. So if I was currently working at OSTC and knowing this was happening, I would be very disappointed. As a result, I reached out to those teachers, and I can tell you not one responded that yes, they would like a marijuana dispensary 88 feet away. I can also tell you that they are certified teachers, which means they are being put through a tremendous amount of expectations. And certainly in the pandemic, more has been put on them. I am asking you, as a citizen of Royal Oak, as a parent of that OSTC campus, and as a fellow teacher, to not accept this site plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this agenda item? I see a hand way back in the back. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kelly Quinn. I'm actually a Clawson resident. I have 2 students that attend at OTEC. I was not aware that a marijuana facility was being considered so close to the school until OTEC notified me last week. And I'm just shocked with the attitude from so many people that these kids are less than. They are not. College is not for every kid. And as a matter of fact, my daughter is in the early college program going through OTEC. I really questioned whether or not to say anything because I'm not a Royal Oak resident. And I think the lady that spoke about how hard Gatsby has worked and how much they've put into it is sadly what is going to win out in the end. I will not go down without speaking. I don't care how much money they put into it, how much time they put into it, how much planning they put into it. My kids go there, not theirs. And if it was their kids, they would not be doing this. I find the attorney who said that we were going to meet with the neighbors, but it snowed, so for their protection, we told them not to come. But when we talk about protecting our children who are not yet fully matured and may not be making wise choices, that's not a fact. The facts don't matter. That is utterly ridiculous, ridiculous. I just cannot get past it. And I would implore you as parents that you would think about how you would feel if it was your children attending OTEC. There just shouldn't be this kind of segregation, separation, and they are less than, because they are not. They are our children.
Thank you. I saw another hand go up over here, right here.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Larkins, and I am a parent of an OTEC student. I am also a Royal Oak resident, and I've lived here for almost 22 years. I have never been to one of these meetings before, and yet this topic certainly brought me here tonight. I was, even given all of the feelings about marijuana use, the bottom line is that what really stuck to me is, again, the OTEC issue, and that is, it is a school. And there's a reason that that was put on the books, not only for our own city, but the state of Michigan to stay 1,000 feet away from a school. And the fact that I'm even here tonight, I shouldn't have to be here tonight to even oppose this. It should just be a non-issue. That it shouldn't be there, period. The fact that you're even considering putting a marijuana distribution plant within 1,000 feet and ignoring that policy to begin with is just unacceptable. And as somebody said, you can do all the green features of the building that you want to, but that ordinance was made a state ordinance and a city ordinance for a reason. It was already argued, it was already put on the books. And to think that the city of Royal Oak could just go ahead and ignore that is just incomprehensible to me. But also, somebody also brought it up too tonight, and that is that OTEC serves other communities besides Royal Oak. They count on our city to be responsible and make good decisions for their students that they are entrusting to our city. Shame on anyone who supports this and says that it's okay that we can just ignore our own ordinances. These other cities, there's so many. I see their buses every day. I drive my son to school there every day. I see the amount of communities that are depending and counting on this plan to be a good plan and to be a responsible plan. And we're not. If this passes tonight, you're disregarding all of those other cities and our own city ordinances by putting that into effect. So I really hope that you think twice. There are other sites that this company, if it's such a great idea to have this, they can build it somewhere else, but just not by the high school. It is a high school. It is providing valuable education to our students. And as other people already said tonight, to disregard them is just irreprehensible. I just don't understand it. And so I ask everyone here on this committee tonight, please vote against it. It's not acceptable. And if Mr. Leal, if you were involved in the decision or know of who was, knowledge is power. Educate us, please, on what made you believe, or whoever made that decision as the attorney, believe that it was acceptable to do this. Because I think most of us would be willing and glad to hear you out. But when we're kept in the dark, then that makes us wonder what really is going on. Thank you for your time.
Way in the back there, standing up. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mike Conrad, a citizen of Royal Oak. I'm also a teacher at Royal Oak High School. I've had the very fortunate experience of having some of your children in my classes for years and have enjoyed them very, very much. But I stand here today as a parent. My son Miles went to Keller Elementary. He went to Royal Oak Middle School. He's now a student of mine at Royal Oak High School. He also spends half of his day at the Oakland Schools Technical Center. He spends half of his high school time at Royal Oak High School and the other half of his high school time at OSTC. And I guarantee you, in no way, shape, or form, is it not a school. However the city came along this aspect of not determining OSTC as a school, I can go into so many details about why it is. They have parent-teacher conferences. They have report cards. They have tours. They have to wear masks because they follow Oakland Schools' COVID guidelines, just like we do at Royal Oak High School. It's part of his day. He's a young senior. If he went his junior year, he would have been 15 years old on the first day of school when he walked into that school. I guarantee there are so many similarities with OSTC and the other schools that are in Royal Oak. Let me tell you what's not a similarity. A cannabis growing, processing, and retail plant 88 feet away. So let's play a little game. What if Oak Diner on Campbell had the same facility right across the street from Keller? What would you say? What about the little trophy house next door to Royal Oak Middle School? What if it took over that spot? What would you say? What if Marco's Pizza on Crooks was suddenly this area, this business? What would you say? Mr. Casada, what would you say if your daughters had that right next to their high school when they were with me in my classes? What would you say? So I ask you to say no to the location, not the business. Say no to the location. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this agenda item? One over here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kevin Blair. I just want to echo some of the things that other people have said. Just starting off, it is absolutely absurd that we're even here talking about this. As somebody said, this is unprecedented. There's not a store near a school, this close to a school, anywhere in the state. Anywhere. And it's absurd that you're even talking about this. There are some that believe, that are cynical, I think, and think that because this planning commission is comprised of appointees, that you might be susceptible to the same political influence that affected the process. I would like to not believe that and believe that, I feel sorry for you. You're stuck in the middle here. You guys are volunteers. You didn't sign up to be on the news talking about, whether the lighting at a hot store across the street from a school is the best lighting, or maybe they should fix the lighting, or whether their roof should be more green or less green. We are talking about a marijuana store across the street from a school that has never happened in the state. And respectfully, I think the issue of whether the 1,000-foot ordinance applies at the local level or the state level or the federal level, to some extent, I think that's a red herring, that it is laughable to say that the 1,000 feet doesn't apply. But I will reiterate to you that whether you agree with the city attorney or understand the city attorney's laughable explanation of why the 1,000-foot doesn't apply, the standards that you are charged with applying tonight take into consideration the effect of the neighboring properties, whether it's 1,000 feet or 88 feet or 2,000 feet. There are several standards that take into consideration whether this use will be harmonious and appropriate and with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, or not change the essential character of the area. So forget that it's 88 feet for a second. Let's forget the elephant in the room, how absurd it is that we're talking about 88 feet away from a school. Even if it was 1,001 feet, one of your criteria that you are charged with applying tonight is, will putting a marijuana store 88 feet away from a school change the character of the area? And you could say, okay, it's an auto store now, but a marijuana store is different than an auto repair shop. And I'll just leave it at that. I cannot believe we're even here talking about this, and I feel sorry for you that you're stuck in the middle on this, because I don't know why we're even having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to speak on this agenda item? I see a hand back there, standing. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm an instructor at Oakland Schools, Technical Campus Southeast. The students at OSTC are 11th and 12th graders who come to our school from the 12 local districts in Southeast Oakland County to earn elective credits and career-oriented classes that interest them, a repertoire of classes that include criminal justice, cybersecurity, health sciences, and welding, to name a few. These students spend half of their regular school day in the building. I also work with students who need to take core academic classes but aren't able to at their home high school, such as English 11, economics, government, to name a few. Courses that align with the Michigan Merit Curriculum. I also provide academic instruction aligned with classes in the school, providing support and assistance with a variety of topics including career research, portfolio documents such as resumes and cover letters, application and scholarship essays, along with content-specific reading and writing. To say that OSTC is a trade school and doesn't qualify as a K-12 school is absurd, and it is quite clear that someone didn't do their homework. So, I do respect the work that the architects put into their design. It looks great. I have to say the name, as an English teacher, Gatsby doesn't appeal to me. It kind of ruined a book for me. But, you know, another location might be better. So I just want to know, did the committee fulfill its duty to thoroughly investigate the location of the proposed marijuana business? The fact that you've identified my school as a trade school says that you took the time to learn a little bit about it, as you've obviously mistaken high school students learning to weld and fix cars as legal adults attending a trade school. If you bothered to step foot on your proposed location on any given school day, you would have, at a minimum, had the chance to see public school buses pull into our main entrance, buses that are clearly marked as School District of Royal Oak, Lanphier Public Schools, Birmingham Public Schools, or Troy School District, to name just a few. These buses pull into our entrance driveway at 4 different times of the day to drop high school students off and pick them up for the morning session, and then another drop-off and pickup for the PM session. 4 times a day, 5 days a week, we have many, many buses pulling into our school entrance. In addition to buses pulling into our main entrance, we have many students who drive themselves to school and park in our student lot. If you see students ever doing donuts or drifting in the snow, you'll know they're not adults. They are kids. In front of our school sign on the southeast corner of our property, there's even a drug-free school zone sign. So in not doing enough homework to research my school and learn more about it, you are okay with taking shortcuts and calling it a trade school. For that shortcut on your homework, you earn an F. Somebody does. And it's not a 59% F, but a 0% F. Why? Because you are failing your community and are not showing respect for state law, which prohibits the establishment of this marijuana business less than 1,000 feet from K-12 school property. I'm sure many residents have done some homework and have possibly considered filing claims against your surety bonds if you move ahead and allow this business to be established on Meyer Drive. I'm hoping that you redeem your workplace habits and try to make up some of the homework that you failed to do.
Okay, you wrap up, please?
Yes, sir. You can make up for lost points in credibility if you do the right thing and abide by the law. I'm here this evening to stand up for my school and to stand up for our students. They deserve an education unfettered by the traffic, visual distractions, and the inherent hidden messages that come from such a business located so close to our school. Our students are working hard for a bright future, and they are going places. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand. Yes. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Lydia Maggi, and I am a student at Oakland Technical Campus. And I am 16, and I know how easy it is to already get marijuana. I don't do it myself, but I know people. And I think that it would just make it easier for us. And I know that y'all are trying to cut down on marijuana for underage people, this is making it way easier for everybody. Not only people who go to OTEC, but people who can buy it from them and sell it at their home school. It's just way easier. And if you're not thinking about us, think about like traffic around us, because when you're under the influence, you can do wild things. There could be more car accidents around that area, and since there is students, that they could get in more car accidents and hospital rates could go up because there's more accidents. I don't know. That was just a thought of mine, but I don't know if you thought about that. Anyway, yeah, that was pretty much it. I personally think it's a dumb idea. I'm 16 and, I don't have fancy language like all these kind of folks, but dumb. I think it sums it up.
All right.
So,
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else to speak on this agenda item? If I can see through my fog here. Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public comment, bring it back to this side of the table for discussion. I'm going to tap on Mr. Hedges again. Anything else that you feel you need to add at this point or not?
Not at this point.
Okay, so...
Would the petitioner have a chance to respond? Would they
I
comment?
think if we have questions, we would ask the petitioner, right? If you have a question for the petitioner? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some questions for staff. I was trying to write down as many as I could that came from the public, and I appreciate everybody coming here and expressing their opinion. It's an emotional topic, I understand that. We have the privilege and honor here to serve the public, and we have to abide by the law. And, sometimes the law gets a little complicated and hairy, and there are multiple opinions. So the first question I'm going to ask Mr. Leal is, a question did come up, and I think it's worth explaining in the context of the fact that, I'll ask a couple questions. And I appreciate the emotion. I appreciate how people interpret things. I just want to be clear. Nobody from city staff said that, this campus is not a real school or students are less than. That's not where the legal opinion is coming from at all, correct?
As I understand it, no.
Okay. So then the next question is, can you help explain, and I don't know if Ms. McLaughlin is better equipped to do this because I know she had the lead on it, help explain a little bit as far as, the selection process for the applicants, and reiterate the fact that none of the planning commissioners here or city commission have any say. In fact, we're kept in the dark the entire way. There was an ordinance passed for city staff, pulled together the applications and selected who they thought was best, and they're presenting them to us to look at. So we've been in the dark, just like everybody else, as far as that process is concerned. And I think the first question is, I understand there's some state law that protects that and protects the applicants in that process. Can you explain a little bit on that?
And yes, the state marijuana law that everybody's been referencing provides that any information that we receive from the applications that can identify the names, locations, and other identifying features is confidential under state law and not subject to FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests. And so we have received several Freedom of Information Act requests seeking the identities and wanting to tie the scores together with the identities and locations. And for those, that information is protected. That is in the state statute, not in the city ordinance. So the city did provide as much information as it could that wouldn't violate state statute to the different Freedom of Information Act requests that came through.
So it's not that the city's huddling things, it's that we're trying to comply with state law, try to comply with the public interest. Sometimes entities get caught in the middle.
Yes.
The next question is maybe elaborate a little bit on the element tied to the fact that there's some discussion around, we see in the letter, non-conforming use and all of that it's can you explain sort of the maybe the rationale behind the letter, and that it's not that we're going out and saying these aren't real students, this isn't a real school, but rather explain a little, because I think that's important for people to know where the technicalities are coming from the city point of view, or at least from city staff point of view.
The letter that's referenced is that you were referencing, Mayor, as well as what Chair Quesada referenced earlier, is a letter that is a public document. So I can speak to that. That letter speaks more, that identifies this school because it's in a industrial district as a legal non-conforming use. Basically, it's a school that can continue to operate as it always has, grandfathered, so to speak, is a term that's used in everyday language. However, it's not a use that would be allowed today in the industrial zoning district. So that is what the letter mentions, and as far as that was written to the attorneys for the trade schools. I'm trying to go on memory. I don't recall if there's anything in that letter that actually says that there's not a school. That decision, or I should go back. The letter that's being referenced is a letter that was written before I started with the city of Royal Oak. So whatever. How they came to that interpretation, whether it's out in the community as to whether it's a school or not, I don't know, and I have not been able to find that. And I will also say that I cannot provide any legal opinions regarding that precise question, even in public. We have been sued. We have 2 lawsuits that have been filed against the city of Royal Oak. One of them involves the same issue, the school and the buffer. That's public information that you can go find in the court records. Any statements I make could be used against the city in that litigation. So I cannot answer this precise question as to what my opinion on that issue is. And I have not had an opportunity to speak with the City Commission in closed session in a properly noticed Open Meetings Act or meeting that's compliant with the Open Meetings Act. So with that, I know that there was a gentleman who asked for that because of that lawsuit, and one of the attorneys representing one of those lawsuits is present here tonight. I will not answer that question in here unless the commission authorizes me to give that opinion. But with that said, I know I went a little bit beyond, but I needed to put some context with the letter and including the lawsuit.
But the public letter out there really is, it's not that this stuff came out of thin air, or that there was a, there's a letter out there that explains the procedural ordinance and the non-conforming use, and kind of goes through that whole thing to really establish some discussion as to why we're here tonight to evaluate and take a look at it. And that our ordinance, does permit a special land use evaluation, which we do quite often here at planning. It may be that one of you, either at zoning, wants to put up a fence, and you need 6 extra inches or 2 extra feet or whatever. You have the right, just like these applicants, to fill out an application, come before us, make your argument, and the law provides for that discretion. Correct?
That's correct. Under state law, yes.
Okay. And I think I'll see if anybody else has any other questions. I think my other ones I can save for another moment.
All right. Any other questions? I see that Mr. Murphy is signaling.
Yes. As we continue our conversation, I think one of the most important questions at this point is to the petitioner. Seeing as though we're short 2 members tonight, it should be presented to them before we deliberate any further whether they'd like to proceed tonight or request that this item be postponed due to the absence of 2 board members.
I suppose we can do that. Did the petitioner come forward? Again, thank you. So I'll take the advice of the department and ask if the petitioner, due to the fact there's only 5 of us here and not 7, are you prepared to go forward with debate, discussion, and a vote, or would you be more? Would you request to postpone or withdraw?
We would like to move forward. The city ordinance regulating marijuana and the
marijuana establishments requires us to complete our secondary process in 90 days from notification. We were notified in just before Christmas in December. It is now February. We don't know when we would proceed to the City Commission, so we are asking that you act tonight.
All right, thank you.
Because of that requirement. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. Ms. Beakey.
I want to make a comment, a general comment. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out and speaking up. As you're learning and as we're learning through this process, this is the first time I've been in a public space in 2 years, so it's a little bit nerve-wracking. And it's been more than 2 years because it was before the pandemic when the Planning Commission read some original language that eventually worked its way through the City Commission and onto those ordinances that you're referring to. And one of the things we discussed at quite length at that time was the 1,000-foot buffer, and we decided among the Planning Commission that then went to the City Commission and went into the ordinance that at least, I'll speak for my personal opinion, that 1,000 feet at least was reasonable for schools. In my day job, I'm an international consultant specifically on local government issues and local governance. And one of the things I've taught in other countries is how very, very complicated U.S. government is. Very complicated. As people have mentioned here, we're all volunteers. We come to provide this service as representatives of the citizens, not the city, for these matters that have waivers. On this specific issue, it's been very complicated, and I'm bringing myself up to date to understand because, again, there's the ordinance, there's the licensure, there's the state, there's the city government, there's the Royal Local Schools, there's the Oakland County Schools. There's a lot of different entities that are functioning here. And in this particular circumstance, I agree that this school should have been on the original list and the original map. History and time has passed since this became a school, and I'm not explaining this as an excuse whatsoever. Just to put it into perspective that I think a lot of us are on the same wavelength, but we need to understand that this became a school before it became an industrial zone. There's zoning, there's ordinances, there's legal issues, there's personal issues, there's values, there's school issues. All of these things are operating right now. And it's still a school. It's grandfathered in as a school, but the district changed to industrial. Today, a school can't be in an industrial zone, but this school is. Therefore, the decision was made to treat this slightly differently, even though it is a school. I personally don't agree with that decision. I don't know exactly when it was made, but it's been out there for quite a long time. Working through this very long process, not making an excuse for who got permission and this kind of thing, now we're here to look at this particular site, and I just want to acknowledge that that is a school. The students are not different than other students. Because it happens to be in a zone that changed, it's a little crazy, and trust me, it drives us crazy too, because it's very complicated. But that's why it's more, I think, the obviousness of it being a school is muddled by some of those things, and I just want to express that as a person who tries to explain this in other countries, and then it's just a complicated issue. Having said that, I agree completely it's a school, and I feel like the buffer should stand personally, and that's where I am on that. And I do think, sometimes we have a lot of complication that makes things maybe more complicated than they might otherwise be, but I just wanted to explain that because I think it's of interest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other comments by the commissioners? Debate, discussion, questions for anybody?
I'm happy to jump in. I just, with speaking through masks, I know sometimes it's hard to be understood, and I just wanted to make sure I understood what Ms. Bickey just said. I thought I heard you say, personally, you believe the buffer should stand.
That because it's a school, the 1,000 feet, as I understand it to be in our state law and our current ordinance, should have been considered, and I believe that there should be that buffer.
Yeah,
Distance, yes.
I'm just asking because it was through a mask, and I just want to make sure.
Thank you for that clarification, yes.
I'd like to say personally, this room is full of more lawyers per capita than most rooms I'm in, generally speaking, and welcome, and I'm glad that everyone came out to share, just as Ms. Beakey, their opinions on this topic. I also have an opinion on this topic. I'm not really arguing that somehow cannabis should be hidden away from our school children by a 1,000-foot buffer. Like, I don't necessarily want to argue that there's something wrong with cannabis in our communities. I don't want to argue that. However, given the fact that this school was omitted from the original maps that allowed people to do their research and find properties, and these people have done a bunch of work to find and put together what I would expect to be a great business. But I personally have a big problem with treating this particular school differently than all the other schools in our community. I don't want to communicate to students, any set of students, that they are somehow other than the other students in our community. And it concerns me that because of the omission on the original maps, that these people acting in good faith worked off of, that this particular facility has been selected next to a school. And not just school kids, but some 87% of which are not from Royal Oak and whose parents can't vote in our local elections and have a say in that. It concerns me that we would place next to these students, especially since they've sort of been uniquely singled out by this process, a facility that hasn't been considered allowable next to other schools. And for really for that reason, not wanting to, you know, our criteria requires us to look at questions, and one of them is, will this not be hazardous or disturbing to existing uses or uses reasonably anticipated in the future? And for me, it is inherently harmful to students to be set apart. Not that cannabis is somehow inherently harmful to all students, but that this set of students has somehow been set apart by this process to be considered other than the rest of the sets of students in our community. That disturbs me. I find that messaging inherently harmful personally. And this is a personal value. Ms. Beakey laid it out beautifully to say there's all sorts of interests at work in here, including our personal values as citizens of this community and sitting in this commission. And so for that reason, I don't think we should single out any set of students, you know, if they're from another community or if it's because they're likely to go into careers where they shower after work instead of before work. This is no reason to single them out. Unfortunately, through the process, this has happened. But I find it inherently hazardous to that set of students.
All right, thank you. Any comments, further comments, discussions, questions for the department or the petitioner? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on record saying this before. It should be no surprise. I'm not passionate about marijuana. I don't really think it's the economic boom for Royal Oak that people may say, petitioners, and I don't think it's the end all times, you know, if a facility goes up. But, you know, as a public servant, you know, we are responsible to listening to the voices here tonight. We're responsible to the voices on election day. We're responsible to the voices that, you know, provide input in many different mediums. We do know that 70% of the people in this community, you know, voted to decriminalize and you know, allow marijuana in the state of Michigan. That was actually a little surprising to me. I thought there might be a little bit more of a 50-50 split there. So what we did, once that information came in, we went out and we further surveyed our residents and said, okay, well, what did you mean by this? You know, on election day, 70% of our voters said, hey, we want to legalize marijuana. Okay, I'm a little surprised. And I was surprised again when the answer came back. I thought, well, maybe they voted to decriminalize it, you know, fine. The message was clear that they wanted retail establishments in the city of Royal Oak, and shockingly, the demographics that wanted it were in the 60 to 70-year-old range, and you know, all these stereotypes you think kind of were a little shocking. And the reason why I give that context is because I don't think we're here talking about, and I heard it here tonight, the merits of, you know, marijuana in itself, or if Royal Oak voters or residents, you know, have, you know, over compelling concerns about whether or not retail establishments should be in our community. It's about this site, this location, where we're at. We went through a tremendous period of, I can't even count how many meetings we had, public comment, input on the design of the ordinance. We were very careful not to make this a political process, so we you know, left it to staff members to evaluate. We kind of handed them some of the criteria. We said, go and you guys manage it. We learned from other communities that when you mix politics and business, that's a really bad thing. So we let, like we do on a lot of decisions, professional staff, which we have a lot of professionals in our zoning, planning departments, our legal departments, all very well respected people that do a good job. You know, take the helm and present us with the picks according to the process of the applicants, at least for the first couple applications. The city ordinance does require us to evaluate special land use. That's part of it. And special land use basically says, okay, you know, and this is what the Planning Commission deals with quite a bit. Hey, we have to make a decision whether or not, you know, for all marijuana facilities, if it's allowed in this particular function. It's sort of a safeguard. And then, of course, the site plan. You know, we saw a lot tonight on the site plan. That's a very important part to present. Traffic flow, parking spots, things of that nature. And while I understand and I appreciate, and I can't disagree or agree with the comments of Mr. Curtis and Ms. Beakey, I don't know that, you know, the idea that any particular school was singled out. I think this gets down to a lot of really complicated zoning ordinance stuff. So I am going to, you know, say we do have a professional staff here that made some determinations. I do know that this body here and the city commission are required, at least city commissioners take an oath to abide by the law and support the law. And part of that is in our ordinances, we have in our planning ordinance C770-11, which this committee here has to base all of its decisions upon, right? So there's a lot of emotionally charged stuff. I can't say that, you know, I love the students at OTEC schools and I'm going to do this, or I, you know, don't like the look of that. There's very specific criteria. In fact, there's 7 elements that we have to follow in order to make a decision up here. And I think probably that you can all see, I think 5 out of the 7, this project meets it. When we talk about green infrastructure, sustain, if this weren't, you know, take the marijuana, cannabis label off of it and just look at it for the facility, you know, it does meet all of these criteria. There's probably 2 that need to be evaluated pretty closely, and that's number 3 and 4. And 4 is somewhat, I think, debatable, depending if you are other neighbors in the vicinity, which we heard feedback from other adjoining neighbors. 4 says, will it be an improvement in relation to the property in immediate vicinity and to the city as a whole? Well, obviously some in the vicinity say no, some in the vicinity say yes. City as a whole. The public was very clear to us that they want retail establishments. They seem to prefer them in industrial zoned areas, which this is an industrial zoned area. And so therefore, you know, when I look at this criteria, you know, I got to weigh all the nuances of the various opinions that we heard here tonight, other opinions, and then the city as a whole. Number 3, the criteria we look at will not be a hazardous or disturbing to existing uses or uses reasonably anticipated in the future. I think for those uses in the future, we know this area is industrial. We know it's changing. It's going to be more, you know, sort of these heavy commercial uses as it is today and how it's expected for retail, for other industrial applications. And then the question really comes down, will it be an improvement in relation to the hazardous or disturbing to existing uses? And so this gets really, really technical when you start looking at the applicability of the law, the non-conforming issue we have, and all of this. And so I think, it's a struggle because, for me, this is, the first time, and I apologize, I went back, I tried to look at my emails, or I did look at my emails. When we were discussing all of this as a city commission, I don't recall getting a ton of feedback on this particular location. Nobody reached out to me as the mayor from any of the concerned jurisdictions that are here tonight that have, I'll just say, Oakland schools. So it's hard for me to understand, and I really do want to know at a deeper level what those potential hazardous and disturbing existing uses could be, and how this really impacts the school. I think we talked a lot about this 1,000-foot thing, follow the law, but we have to follow the law. We have to follow Section C of 770-11. And so trying to understand what those impacts are, I'd really like to know more about that. But like I said, we've been in the dark just like the citizens are, because that's the way the process was designed. We don't pick the applicants as commissioners. So, I just want to give some insight that, yes, I have, I guess, personal feelings, although I'm not passionate about marijuana. Like I said, I don't think it's the end of days, and I don't think it's the savior. I do think we have to be responsible and smart. And as someone who took an oath, I got to be very cautious and careful about how we employ the ordinances in our role as planning commissioners. So, I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say, because I'm all open ears. But I just wanted to reiterate that, we do have specific criteria that we have to follow that is sometimes not always associated with feelings.
All right, thank you. Is that a finger up there, Commissioner Douglas?
Whole hand.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. This body tonight is not going to approve anything. It's going to make a recommendation to the City Commission. As planning commissioners, and I'm building on what the mayor said, we routinely look at special land uses and site plans. And we have pretty narrow lanes as to what people can bring us, what we have the power to approve or disapprove, what we have the power to change. But right now, all we are doing here tonight is looking at first a special land use, that is this use in this industrial style use appropriate in this industrial style zone, and then the site plan itself. We will send our recommendation to the City Commission. The mayor and I are both serve on the City Commission, and the City Commission will make a final decision independent of what we decide here. They could ignore our recommendation, they could embrace it. I think that when staff were looking at schools, they looked at traditional schools in single-family zoning, which is where schools are supposed to be. Staff wanted to put marijuana uses in industrial zones, and we've heard speakers here tonight say that they felt industrial zones were the best place for marijuana facilities. And I think that staff said this is an industrial zone, we should allow marijuana, all levels of marijuana business here. And the applicants developed their plans and submitted their application based on their understanding that there was no educational buffer or educational setback in this area. Whether or not that's good or bad, the fact is they made a good faith application to us, and we have to, I think, as planning commissioners, judge it based on that good faith application and let the process go forward as it might go forward. So we have a special land use to consider to approve, and then a site plan to approve. The mayor brought up the basis of determination, subsection C of 770-11. I encourage you to go online and look at the packet that was attached to this agenda and read these 7 criteria, and bear in mind that they apply to industrial zoning. That is, when we evaluate this property, we have to evaluate it as an industrial use compared to its neighbors, which are industrial uses. And I think those 7 criteria are consistent with the nature of the land use. I just want to say of vocational education, I mean, if you look at the jobs that are needed to be filled in America today, the kids that are in this school are going to fill those jobs. We desperately need people, especially in the healthcare industry, people who work with their hands because you can't outsource that. These are important jobs, and I totally respect anybody, any parents, any students who are using this school because their kids are going to make a ton of money in the future. So good on them. But I think we as a planning commission have to look at the land use and the zoning in making our decision.
All right, thank you. All right, next I'll be quick. Let me just say this. I think it's a great project. I think that when I look at this, I say, you know what, kids should be exposed to good architecture. People know that I like that stuff. And I think that they did a great job here. However, I refer to the mayor mentioned his 77011C. And there are 7 criteria, and the last one is will be consistent with the intent and purpose of this chapter, which is the whole zoning ordinance, and comply with all applicable provisions and standards which are established for said use by this chapter and other applicable codes. The Zoning Enabling Act, relative to special land uses, refers to state law. It's one of the criteria. Our own zoning ordinance does that. We have a state law that says there's a 1,000-foot buffer unless there's an ordinance. We have a city ordinance that says there's a 1,000-foot buffer. And without getting into the details of it, I do not believe this commission has discretion to override state law in this instance, and so I'm not going to support the project. As much as I love it, I would love to say yes to it, but I don't think we have discretion to do so. That's my view. Do we have any other comments?
I'd be interested in hearing the city attorney's view on your view. Sorry.
Well, I would say this. I'm going to give the city attorney the option there. Do you want to answer that question, or is that something that...
I can answer it this way. And I have to put some historical context. When the city, I believe it was 2020, when the city adopted the marijuana licensing ordinance, it also adopted some zoning amendment or amendments to the zoning ordinance that created the special land use process for marijuana establishments. So 2 ordinances were created. The second ordinance, and I think it does have the provision that says exactly consistent with state law, that it can't be within a marijuana establishment, it can't be within 1,000 feet of an existing private or public school that has, our ordinance is different than the state statute with respect to what is the grade levels, but I think they get to the same place. But later on in that section, there is an allowance, and staff has it in their page 5 of 6 under G, deviations to required standards, which allows a deviation to the setback. And the only setback referred to in that section of the marijuana special land use is the 1,000-foot buffer. Just looking at that and how that ordinance was written, there is an allowance that would provide authorization for ultimately by the city commission to reduce that 1,000. That would also be consistent with state statute, which provides, or the clause which is at issue, unless a municipality adopts an ordinance that reduces this distance requirement. We had one person here who spoke that it has to be an actual set distance. So if it's 1,000, it has to be 500. That's not what state statute says. It says you can reduce it. The manner in which it can be reduced under zoning law is not typically a set distance. It is usually something less than let's say in this case, 1,000 feet, but it will be a number that will be appropriate to taking into account all the other special land use criteria, which is 7 that you have to comply with, that would fit with all of that, and which could be 500, it could be 300. We don't know. You have to take all the adverse impacts around that this use can create, and you address it through those 7 criteria, including whether or not a deviation to the 1,000 feet is appropriate. That's the way zoning law works, and so I can't. Cities don't write zoning ordinances when they grant variances or deviations in a set number. They take into account all the criteria, so it's the totality of the facts that are before you in determining what the proper distance would be, because all property is unique, and that's one thing that it's basic concept in zoning law. Property is unique.
All right, thank you for that. All right, is there any further discussion of the issue of the application here? And is there a motion or?
I don't yet have a motion. I did want to just make one more clarification.
Certainly.
I understand that the Planning Commission tonight is being asked to make a recommendation to the City Commission for them to consider in the future. What this Planning Commission votes on this issue tonight does not approve or disapprove this facility.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
This is a stop along the way. All right. Any other comments? Question, Ms. Beakey?
This will be. I'll make a brief one just to follow. I think this is a beautiful project. Again, we've legalized marijuana in Royal Oak. I think it's regretful that at the juncture, whenever the judgment call was made, that this particular school was left off of that map. That it's created this kind of complication. But again, for reasons I stated before, again, considering this is a school and considering the 1,000 feet, I also can't support this project.
All right. Any other comments, questions, debate? Or a motion? There's only...
I guess I will make a crack at a motion. I would move that this commission not recommend this project special use permit, special land use permit.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Is there debate on this motion? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much debate. Where the motion has been set up based on some of the criteria of my colleagues, I don't want you to take insult to it. I'm struggling with how that criteria fits into our 7. I think that, if the comments were different prior to establishing the motion, I could be persuaded to support it. I just am struggling with the technicalities of the law and these 7 items under 7711 based on some of the discussion. I think there's merits to deny it. I think there's merits to support it. I'm just struggling with what's been communicated tonight, and so I'm going to have a hard time supporting this just based on these technicalities.
All right, and I would say, just to respond there, again, I am basing my position on 77011C7 that is not met, and I think that's a serious matter. However, just to say, this is the first time we've done anything with this ordinance. This is the very first time. And every time you write a new ordinance and you go in a new direction, there's going to be hiccups, there's going to be misunderstandings and disagreements about what you're doing, and that's what we have here. Maybe we're a little bit in the dark. We're trying our best. I know everyone is. And I think that it's, there's valid arguments that this project really will, the benefits of this project will outweigh the detriments. I think there's good arguments, but if I base my decision on the criteria, it's a pretty clear criteria there that is, I don't think we have discretion. I'm repeating myself. All right. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add, and I appreciate actually that point, but I'm also going to stick with counsel on number 7. All right. I appreciate your opinion, Mr. Casada, but for me, I have to, with that interpretation on 7, I have to stick with the city attorney, so I can't consider that one. Although, if I can be persuaded otherwise at a different time at the commission, like I said, I'm all open ears. But just with the the commentary from the city attorney and some of the other issues I don't think can fit into this. I think there's other criteria that could persuade me, but I can't, I want to be cognizant that we don't open ourselves up to litigation.
Mr. Curtis.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I don't take offense to your wanting to be sure to follow the rules. I just want to reiterate my thought is in 770-11.3, by the way, in addition to Mr. Casada's point about 770-11C7, that this point number 3 here is asking will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing uses. And I just come back to, and you may not find the argument persuasive, which is fine, but I come back to the thought that to set aside this set of students, which because of how the process happened, I think is happening, and to set them apart and treat them differently than the process treated other sets of students is to communicate in a way that's inherently harmful that you students are somehow other than the rest of the students in Royal Oak. And that to me is enough for point number 3 on this criteria.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I fully appreciate that point. I'm just trying to figure out how to make that work within these confines. It's a matter of legal opinion.
All right, so Commissioner Douglas.
So I'm going to read this aloud. This project should be approved if we conclude that it will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing uses or uses reasonably anticipated in the future. This is industrial zoning. The school is a non-conforming use. So the uses we expect in the future will be industrial. And it's speaking not to the people, but to the uses. That is, this will not be hazardous or disturbing to other industrial businesses. And given that this is pretty light industrial compared to what else can be allowed in industrial zoning, which is pretty much anything, manufacturing, etc., I do not feel that this violates this provision. I do not feel that this development will be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future uses.
All right, thank you. Ms. Beakey.
I think even though the current zoning is industrial, the existing land use of the school is a school use, and I presume that was a different designation at the time it became a school. And so it is in conflict, in my opinion, with an existing use. I agree if the school had not been there and was not there, but it's been there since 1969 or 1971, that I would have a different opinion, because I actually, in all of the deliberation, again, that was 3 years ago and then went through commission, lobbied very much so to start with industrial zoning, and I agree 100%. If it were in a different area in an industrial zone, it would be different, but the existing use of the school for me sets it apart.
All right, thank you. Last call. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote on Mr. Curtis's motion not to recommend this project to the City Commission for special land use approval. Ms. Beakey?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so the motion carries 3-2. Thank you. Good luck to you guys. We'll now move on to the next agenda item.
Chair, can we take 5 while the
Oh
room
yes,
clears?
you know what? We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. If you got a mask, please wear it, and we'll get started. Oh, Doug's not here.
Who's not here?
So I lied.
Oh, Doug.
Oh, no, it's not him. He was here.
There he is.
There he is.
He's got to come slow.
Yeah, don't rush it.
Alrighty, where am I at?
Hey, does this turn this off?
All right. We'll get reconvened here. All right. We're recalling the meeting, and we're at the next agenda item, which is the public hearing for the special land use and site plan to establish a marijuana retailer, Royal Treatment. This is SP 22-02-02. Mr. Hedges.
Yes, again, as similar with the last application, this is a special land use permit and site plan application to establish a marijuana retailer at the properties owned by 408 to 424 East Harrison Avenue. Again, the petitioner was selected through the municipal licensing application process as one of the best qualified applicants for one of the available retailer licenses within the city. As part of that, the petitioner is now allowed to apply for a special land use permit review and site plan review.
All right.
Excuse me just a second, I'm having trouble breathing with the mask and talking at the same time.
All right, take your time.
Again, you are making a recommendation on both the special land use permit and site plan to the city commission. At this point, I would ask that the petitioner be allowed to give their presentation, and then following we can answer any questions or further detail on our special land use permit or site plan report. We should also pose the same question to the petitioner that Mr. Murphy did last time, to give them the option if they want to proceed further with only 5 members here this evening, or if they wish it to be postponed until a future meeting.
Okay, I'll probably start with that. Thank you. All right. Is the petitioner here?
Yes.
Please step forward, introduce yourself, tell us about your project, assuming that you don't want to postpone this because there's only 5 of us. We give you the option.
Thank you so much, Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. We're delighted to move forward tonight. My name is Jim Razor, 201 East 4th, Razor Lawn. I am so delighted to be here to introduce this amazing plan to you, which was the product of a collaboration of all Royal Oak businesses and business owners. There are no local partners in this. Everybody is local. And we are so delighted to have been picked by the committee to come here, or by the city manager, to come here and present this plan to you. And I want to be very clear, we were not part of that process. We know the elected officials were not part of that process. We had no input into that process. We put our application together like everybody else and submitted it a year ago, February 1st, if memory serves. It was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of security plans and lighting plans and criteria. And one of the criteria, and perhaps a reason that we were selected, is our local component. This is the product of owners who have been in this southern industrial zone for 30 years. And those are the Mamoos. And allow me to introduce you to Ed Mamou. I'm sorry, Ed, why don't you come on up? So I'm sorry that Habib Mamou was unable to be here today. But what I can tell you is that I am so proud as a local business owner myself of 2 businesses to be able to represent a local business owner who has done such a great job. You know, when people talk about traffic through the South End, maybe they forget that it was the Mamous that came to the City Commission upon a petition to eliminate truck traffic through the southern route to 696. Many people don't know that over the last 30 years, this family has cleaned up that neighborhood and packaged the property to the extent that many of them can live there now. What they don't know is that 30 years ago, Ed's dad, and then later Ed, single-handedly cleaned up a dirty and dilapidated and dangerous southern industrial district. So I want to introduce you to Ed Mamou, the part of the family that has run these businesses and been successful. Now, Ed is pretty modest. He won't tell you about being Crane's 30 under 30. He won't tell you about all the awards that he's won. But I should tell you that two of my favorite restaurants, at least the Root when it was open, and Mabel Gray, are products of his imagination and his stewardship. As is Royal Oak Recycling, which grew from a very small business in Royal Oak to a multi-state business. And the thing about this facility is that this is a locally owned and locally operated facility. Nobody's coming from out of state, from Colorado, California, from Florida, from Canada to run this. The diversity that will be here in this workforce, the love, the special sauce in this will be its local ownership. So Ed, please, I've introduced you, please say a couple words.
Thank you, Jim. I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to present Royal Treatment. So my name is Ed Mamu. I'm owner of Royal Treatment. I'm also an owner and executive at Royal Oak Recycling and Royal Oak Storage. I also own Mabel Gray and Doug's Delight in Hazel Park. I've been living and working in the city of Royal Oak for over 30 years. I lived at Stonebrook Court condos at East Harrison and Main Street and was president of that condo association early on. I've really enjoyed living in the community, and I think that this is a culmination of a lot of these efforts. Again, so 1991, my father purchased, or the family purchased, Royal Oak Waste Paper Metal Company. It was a 10,000 square foot building on a dirt lot. My dad tells me stories about running to McDonald's to go use the bathroom. It was a very dilapidated, parcel at that time. With the love of the community, with the success of the business, SBA grants in IRB in Oakland County, we were able to expand and grow on that site, again, with the dedication to the community and to the properties surrounding us. That property is now owned and operated by the GFL Group. We did the same thing at Royal Oak Storage. Royal Oak Storage in 2002 earned a City of Royal Oak Beautification Award. That property now houses our headquarters for the Royal Oak Recycling entities. And so as we grow, we did the same with Mark DiMaria. The first stage of the Metro Loft was a property of ours. That property was transformed, essentially into the first phase of Metro Lofts. We did that with Bob Wolfson, assembled parcels, and was able to sell to his team to do the Harrison Phase 2. So we hope to do the same with this parcel at 420 East Harrison. So it's a collection of parcels. The address is 420. We're going to combine them into one. What we're seeing here on the screen is actually East Hudson Avenue. I took these pictures in the early 90s, just seeing this is the street, right? And so, scrolling, if we scroll through that, you can see that's what East Hudson Avenue was. And it's not that long ago. And so it's our 401k. It's money back into the family business. We don't have a 401k. We put the money back into the business, into the community, into the buildings that we own and operate. And so for us, you're going to hear from our amazing team. So we assembled. So why cannabis in this site? We were approached by several international corporate businesses looking to partner locally with us at this site at 420 East Harrison. And we said, you know what, let's keep it local. We did our due diligence. We assembled a local team, FWD Marketing in Royal Oak, Jim and Dave Rudoy, Savannah Asdell, another good legal representative in the city of Royal Oak, working in Royal Oak, Stuckey Vitale, architects in Royal Oak, ourselves, Royal Oak Storage, Royal Oak Recycling. So we assembled an all Royal Oak team, keeping it as a home base and continuing to contribute back into the community as a business owner and having lived in Royal Oak. So you will hear, from the team, the logistics of the site. A lot of thought has gone into it. Like the Gatsby project, there's a lot of green, a lot of sustainability that has gone into the land to improve it. So we, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Ed, thank you. Thank you. And Ed will be here for questions. Now, I want to tell you, in your packet, there's something remarkable that you should see, that you probably already have, is that Representative Jim Ellison and Sheriff Michael Bouchard, two men on opposite ends of the political spectrum, can't agree on much. But what they can agree on is the Mamu family are people of great character in our community, and they both wrote supporting letters. So our state representative, the sheriff of our county, knowing that this is a marijuana facility, indicated to you in writing that he trusts this family to do this and to do this well. What you also saw is a letter from Stagecrafters, who we very much want to support, and other charities, which we have agreed to pledge $50,000 a year in philanthropy to. These are Royal Oak charities only. And the fact is you'll see letters from community leaders like Jay Dunstan. You'll see letters from other individuals in the city of Royal Oak who believe in this family to do this plan. This is an amazing plan. This is all the city has asked for in a plan and more. Now, let me tell you what's not in this plan. The ordinance that we submitted pursuant to last February did not indicate that the plan could not be within X number of feet of residential. That isn't a requirement in our ordinances. This is an industrial piece of property fronted on the north by Royal Oak Recycling, a huge industrial site, on the west by a storage building for Holiday Market, on the southwest by railroad tracks and enormous, huge wires from Edison, and on the south by a mixed-use facility. It is a challenge. And also part of this challenge was making sure that for the residential uses that are close by, that they were adequately screened and had adequate green space so that they weren't looking at what they are looking at now, which is a fully compliant, code-compliant building on a large grass lot. And Mr. Hedges, could you show me the first picture on the city presentation? I think it's number 1. No, the city presentation of the whole case, if you could. While he's doing that, this is industrial land. There are no R1 residential parcels, so there's no residentially zoned land within quite a distance. I think it's as far up as Irving. And I could be wrong about that, but we'll see the map. The fact is that there is no...
Right there.
Would you please? You're going to have time to talk? Can you let me talk? Mr. Chair.
Please.
There is no R1 zoning next to this parcel. All of this is mixed use and other types of zoning. There's no single family homes. There's condos, there's rentals, there's all sorts of other uses. But I again want to tell you that proximity to residential was not one of the criteria to submit. Industrial zoning was. We have industrial zoning. And I also want to let you know that there has been a great amount of effort to submit a plan to you, which, although it doesn't have to, takes into account the residences which are around to the east and north, and does it in a way that is a first-class, beautiful job. That is what they see now. And I want to ask Mr. John Vitale, Stuckey Vitale, our architects, to show you what they're going to see when this plan is approved. Now, and I don't know if you know this, but Stuckey Vitale is a local architecture firm. You've been in town for how long?
Well, we've been, our firm's been in Royal Oak about 40 years, so we appreciate the opportunity to be here and present. We've been a long time in Royal Oak business, and we've enjoyed our time.
Introduce yourself
Sure.
for the record.
Yeah, so my name is John Vitale of the firm Stuckey and Vitale Architects. I'm the principal of the firm. The address is 27172 Woodward Avenue, Royal Oak. And with me I have our project architect, Rob Gershie. He's going to join me in the presentation as well. So again, we appreciate the opportunity to present our project. As Mr. Razor mentioned, we think this is a great adaptive reuse of this existing industrial building. The type of use that we're presenting, of course, is retail operation for cannabis. I think it's a great transitional use of a site that's been zoned, industrial, which could, of course, incorporate a lot of other uses that are much more invasive to a residential area. It could be a crematorium, it could be a kennel, pet storage. These are the kinds of uses that really could be on that site. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the site plan, if you don't mind going to the next site. Rob, maybe you'll talk about, we've been very careful about how this site was designed, and we're trying to be sensitive to the surrounding residential uses. This is the existing survey of the existing property, and that yellow square is the existing industrial building that we're reusing and remodifying the existing building. So we're taking that existing footprint, not adding to it, but reworking the existing building. Go ahead. So this landscape plan kind of gives you an idea of how much landscaping we're proposing. As you can see on the street, we've kind of created a pocket park. So in that pocket park, not only are we screening all the parking from the adjoining parking lot with a row of arborvitae, we've created a sort of a featured art piece with a meandering hardscape paver walkway that allows an area for park benches and people to sit. So that park is really on the street, at the street level. And then that park sort of wraps around on the other side against the existing condo development that you see on the right. So we have 2 layers of screening, created kind of a bioswale throughout that piece of the site with a number of other trees that are integrated in that landscape buffer. You can see we could have expanded the parking lot, but we chose to allow more screening than we really even needed, as opposed to adding paved parking. We still meet the parking requirement. In fact, we have, I think, how many, Rob, above and beyond parking? We probably have 4 or 5 extra parking spaces above and beyond the requirement. But we thought it was important to allow enough park-like feeling and screening of the building. Maybe talk about some of the features.
Hi, Commission, Mayor, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. If we could go to the next slide, please.
And please put your name on the record.
Oh, I do apologize. My name is Rob Gershie. I'm with Stuckey Vitale Architects.
Thank you.
So this plan illustrates a turning radius. It was a little bit of a concern how a waste disposal vehicle would traverse the site. So we drew this diagram in coordination with Stonefield Architects to display that a turning radius is viable on the site. If you could go to the next slide, thank you. This would be a photometric study done on the site showing that we are in compliance with the 0 lot line spillage. This has been accompanied with a rendering to show and illustrate the locations of the site lighting in addition to the building itself. And then we worked in coordination with Claris Lighting to pick out appropriate shielded lighting fixtures that would be harmonious with the site. And then the next slide, please. So as you can see on the right-hand side of the parking lot, the brown color would be what we are determining as a rain garden, which would be a filtration system that takes the stormwater runoff, filters it through native grasses and other friendly species of plants that then would return into the stormwater detention basin and be purified and received back into the system. Adjacent to that on the right-hand side would be a series of berms and evergreens that would screen to the right-hand side of the adjacent properties. And then, as John stated, to the north would be the park-like setting feature with our meandering walkway. If you could go to the next slide, please. So here we're just showing in coordination with the city itself that we are in compliance with the zoning and on showing location on the zoning map.
let me just add to what we also, on the previous site plan, there's some other green features that we wanted to introduce. That we have permeable pavers on the site. Those are in conjunction with the stormwater system that Rob just mentioned. In addition to that, and maybe on the building, we'll show you some of the other features that we're including, like solar panels and a green roof and those kinds of things as well.
Thank you, John. And so we have a rendering right here to maybe graphically illustrate the green features that we're introducing onto the site itself. So on the right-hand side, we're just, again, illustrating a nature like screening with the berms and the evergreens adjacent to the rain garden itself.
And Rob, how tall are those evergreens?
Those evergreens would be 6 feet planted, and then the berms would be 3 feet high.
So 9 feet eventually?
Correct.
How tall do those plants get?
Well, evergreens can grow up to 30 feet, yeah. Right, if they want to, depending on how often you trim them and keep them.
And then to the north of the parking itself would be vertical, or would be arborvitaes, and a mixture with some boxwood hedges along the drive on the east side. Yep. Thanks, Joe. Here's would be a bird's eye rendering of what John was implementing of the other green infrastructure elements that we're going to incorporate in the design. So you'll be able to get a nice, good glimpse of the berms, the stormwater management, excuse me, the rain garden. But in addition to that, we're implementing a white EPDM roof, which is local to Michigan. They're based out of Saginaw. And so that's a green infrastructure element we're trying to implement, in addition to a low impact green roof on the right-hand side, a series of solar panels, and then wind turbines as well. On grade, you will notice the little 55-gallon drum buckets. Those would be rain barrels. So in addition to that, we're planning on harvesting a gray water system to capture even more stormwater runoff than we originally had planned. Next slide, please. And then John, here's the architecture.
Yeah, so some of these slides to get into the technical part of our submission, they require security plans. Of course, the entire building is energy efficient. We have odor control in the vault areas. This building is about a little over 3,000 square feet, so it's kind of a low volume retail operation. And you can go to the next slide. But this really just starts to indicate some of the security measures that are in place in this kind of a facility. So we're careful to monitor people, how they get in and out of the building, safety for the employees in the building. So all these kinds of things are taken into consideration. There's cameras that are, every transaction requires a camera, every entrance, every door requires a camera. So all these things are incorporated into the design of a facility like this. We've actually gone through, we're renovating the entire building. We've kind of created, from the rendering, you can see that we've introduced a kind of a nice Nichiha panel, which is a composite wood panel with a very thin canopy-like entryway. These are some of the exterior features that we're proposing on the exterior of the building. So the building will have a completely new, refreshed image on the exterior skin of the building. All the lighting, of course, is all LED. Everything's energy efficient, including the mechanical systems that we're proposing are high efficiency units. So we're taking every step that we can to make the building as energy efficient as we can, and including, as Rob mentioned, some of the site features that are, again, every green feature that we could introduce into this size building, we have. What? No, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Good.
The building is LEED certified as well, is it not LEED?
Well, LED, the type of light fixture that we're doing, so low energy, high efficiency light fixtures.
Good. Thank you. And Mr. Vitale will be around if you have any questions. The neat takeaways, I think, for that is that you've got the most environmentally advanced building with the most environmentally advanced technology that exists. You've got bioswales, permeable pavements, solar and wind energy, LEED certification, green roof. And it's a cool adaptive reuse of a vintage building from the 30s or 40s. You might know I kind of like cool adaptive reuses of old buildings, so I was really fired up to be on this team. And one of the things that we did, and I want to be clear on this, is that we had a 3,000 square foot building on an acre. Nothing requires us to put screening in place which is that deep and that tall. No other use would need to do that if it went on there. And it's an industrial zone building. John said crematorium. Some of the other uses are tanning leather or storage tanks or like heavy industrial uses. Indeed, because it's in a zone that would allow office use, you might have a retail use like a 7-Eleven or something, or a liquor store that wouldn't be required to have security. They wouldn't have cameras everywhere. They wouldn't have everything locked up like this building would have. And they wouldn't require the type of screening that we've given in anticipation of making sure that the neighbors are happy. Because if you look at this building from the viewpoint of being in a condo at 33 on Harrison, right now you're looking at wires, railroad track, big lawn, old industrial building. After this, you'll be looking at a beautiful green forested everything. You might see a little bit of the building. You're going to hear less of the train. You're going to see less of the wires. It's a beautiful way to screen the neighbors to the east. To the north, we've included a pocket park with a sculpture which we will desire to partner with Royal Oak, with the Arts Council, to do some sort of gorgeous sculpture on that. And we planned this pocket park. There was a suggestion by one of the residents that I loved, that we can have the vendors that do this cool technology put learning panels up on that park to explain it, so that when families are there, they can learn about permeable pavement and windmills and green roofs and other forward-thinking technology that makes our planet cleaner and safer for all of us in the future. Now, in order to do this plan, we looked to a local expert in Royal Oak as to marijuana facilities. And that's David Rudoy. His firm is at 4th and Main. David's going to tell you some of the, and I'm awful happy to have David on our team, because putting together that application was incredible. And again, I want to stress, we're operating pursuant to what the city told us to do, and it was a very thorough process. So David, could you talk about some of the safeguards in this facility?
Yeah, and thank you very much, Jim. I thank all of you for hearing us out today and listening to our presentation, and it's an honor to be here. We're very, very happy. I live in Royal Oak. I've lived here for the last 11 years. I've had a law firm here for the last 11 years as well. Downtown, I live at 628 South Minerva. So, you know, I feel as a member, a true member of this community.
Can you put your name on the record here?
Oh, I'm Attorney David Rudoy. I apologize. You know, but I feel very grounded in this community. I do think that the way that the city of Royal Oak has handled their ordinance, starting with just a small number of facilities, I do believe that it's going to go very well for the city, personally, and we have a lot of evidence to back that up. But I also understand the feeling of some of the residents that I know are here that have concern. And I think, you know, to say, like, what's this going to do? How is this going to affect me to have this use here? One thing I would just note is, it's very clear, and I know Jim talked about it, but there's a million uses that could go in to this site that could really be detrimental to the community, where they wouldn't have to go to a special land use approval. You know, things like a crematorium, you know, a meat processing plant, use a fertilizer plant. Some uses that could be really detrimental to the community could go right there without any ask from the city at all, besides getting a CFO and following the city's current ordinances.
Can we, in the audience, please wait your turn?
With that being said, I think it's normal to be concerned about how is this going to affect my home value. Well, there's been quite a few studies on this matter. Report published by Real Estate Economics in 2017 looked at the external effects of retail marijuana establishment on housing prices. It found that homes, not other properties, but homes specifically within 0.1 miles of a dispensary increased in value by 8.4%. That's a significant jump. And that study took the variable into account of the overall, which we know overall when cities allow dispensaries or retail marijuana establishments in their city, overall property values raise. And there's quite a few studies on that statistic. So it's not just that property values in Royal Oak will go up because of this, but specific to the residents nearby. It may be a little bit counterintuitive. There's been many studies done. I know in the public comments there was a study cited out of Washington, which I believe is very flawed regarding it said 3 to 4%, which doesn't seem like a very accurate number for a study. It also didn't take into account variables and looked at entire zoning districts where there's some other issues going on with real estate in Washington. But that's one study. All the other studies point to the same thing, that property values go up in the area immediately surrounding, and it's not something that's detrimental to home value or other property value. With that being said, there's another common concern from people when a dispensary or a marijuana retail store is opening nearby, and that it's going to create some sort of crime. Well, this is something that's been studied extensively as well, especially for the immediate surrounding neighborhood. People get concerned because marijuana used to be a crime in and of itself. Well, a study done in Denver for a period of 5 years found that there were 17 crimes per month less per 10,000 residents in areas immediately surrounding dispensaries, which led to a 19% decline in crime from a dispensary. And the reasons for this are a little bit more intuitive, which is that when you have cameras, when you have people, and when you have security, crime goes down. And so I think people being worried about this, there's also a few other studies that show that when you get rid of that presence of a marijuana dispensary, crime goes actually up. You can see that happen by eliminating these. So there's quite a few studies to this result. The science is there. It's been studied. So concerns that come from intuition and emotion are misplaced. With that being said, I know there's another worry and concern in the community. And it's because of that, poorly placed, I would say, but it's the way the city kind of developed, that exit from 696 that leads people to downtown Royal Oak. And there's some concern that traffic, there's going to be some traffic issues created by this retail establishment. I can tell you I work with and represent the number one as far as mere numbers, dispensary in the state of Michigan of Breeze, owned by Trucenta in the city of Hazel Park. You'll notice that there's never any traffic issues created from that particular dispensary, and they've been there much longer. They're a much bigger space. And they are literally the number one in the state out of hundreds and hundreds of dispensaries. And they've offered their help to this project and helping figure out how to cut down on traffic as much as possible. With that being said, things like curbside to go, which the state has recently legalized, they are able to cut down the time that a customer is in the parking lot to a total of 2 to 3 minutes using software. With that software, they're able to arrange for specific times. So people will go online and order and get a 15-minute window to show up and text when they show up. So there's never too many customers showing up at any given time using that technology. As well as, we've really taken into account, and we understand the residents don't want people driving through there. We took the time to research this issue. There are ways that if this site were approved, we can petition Google in their Maps program to not direct people through that Irving sort of entrance into the south neighborhoods off 696. So that's something that we can petition Google for, as well as we promise that all advertising in relation to this, any advertising that would take place would reference exit 16 in Main Street. Further, we plan to create a left turn out only, so people would only be allowed to turn left out of the facility going straight towards Main Street. With that,
Excuse me one second. Could people in the audience please put their masks back on out of respect for your neighbors and the people here? This is like a 5-hour session. We're supposed to have masks on in the room.
I just don't have one.
Well, then you should go out to the back or something because there's a mask mandate here.
There's masks in the lobby.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, but that's very disturbing.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. We plan on taking every measure we can, and part of that good traffic management, what I've learned from other companies that I represent, is about having security on walking the perimeter and monitoring the traffic flow just to make sure there are no issues. And so that left turn out only to Main Street would be enforced not just by a sign, but by actual physical human beings. So that's all intended. And I think we want the community here to know that Ed's been a part of the community for a long time. We want to work with the community. We want to hear their concerns. We did set up a public meeting, and we wanted to hear concerns from the community. These are what I believe the concerns are through the public comment. But that this facility is going to do its absolute best to be harmonious with the neighboring community. We're going to have community meetings where they can raise concerns. Obviously, if they call us directly, we can try to attend to it. But we want to be good neighbors, and I'm saying that as a part of this project and also, part of that community, as I do live I'm on that area of Royal Oak. And I consider myself part of that community as well. So we certainly want to see that and cut down on traffic as much as possible. Thank you.
So Dave, let me ask you, the other facilities you represent, about Live, the other facility, they all back up to residential, don't they?
Yes, it is extremely common in the state of Michigan for facilities to abut residential use because commonly they're zoned in commercial uses. Commercial and residential are commonly, I would say, about 90% of the sites in Detroit are very close to residential uses. I know it's in Ferndale. It's very common. And what I have found in my experience of helping people get licensed for the last 5 years and helping them deal with issues within their communities during that time is most of the fears that people have about negative effects from these sort of businesses near their homes are truly unfounded, and history proves it. There have not been a lot of issues. You're not reading stories about residential associations suing these dispensaries for odor or other issues being caused from them. It's a very good track record, especially here in the state of Michigan. And there are some studies specific to the state of Michigan about the raise in property values that's been seen in cities that have allowed recreational dispensaries. So they haven't gotten as specific as some of the other ones that I cited about proximity of being in a tenth of a mile, but we're working in that direction as we just passed in 2018 and 2016 for MMFLA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we thought was really important was to reach out to the neighborhood. So starting last summer, I sent 3 letters to 33 on Harrison. I got no response. I called them a half dozen times. I got no response. I sent a letter to the 300-foot list that the city gave me and set up a Zoom meeting for everybody from the neighborhood to come so we could show them everything and take questions. 15 minutes after we started, a group from Mr. Thompson, who's going to talk to you, logged in on one computer, so they couldn't really see or hear well, unfortunately. They stayed with us for about 15 minutes. They had some technical problems. I texted Mr. Thompson afterwards. I said, call me, let me set up another Zoom. When Mr. Thompson filed his letter, I saw on the CCs a contact at 33 on Main. I reached out to that gentleman on Facebook. I said, let's talk. You know, can I set up a Zoom? Do you want to meet with us? They don't want to meet with us. They don't want to talk to us. But we think we've done everything that we can do to make sure that the voters' intent is carried forward. And that's the last thing I want to talk about. And certainly, while Mr. Murphy goes to that slide about the voting results, we can do a lot of things on our facility to make sure that that traffic goes back out on that truck route and right to Main. We can do advertising things. We can do all sorts of things. What we cannot do is we can't do anything about the freeway exit and the public roads connected to it off of 696. Now, certainly, we'd be supportive of something. We were supportive in the past. But we can't do anything about it because it's not in our control and they are public streets. Could you go to that first one, Mr. Murphy? I heard some things in public comment. And I heard the things about we've got to listen to the voters' intent. It's important that you as a body listen to the voters' intent. And let me show you what the voters intended when they voted for marijuana in the city of Royal Oak. This property is in Precinct 2. Precinct 2 voted 74.4% to support legal marijuana. This is close to Precinct 1, 4, 5, and 9. Those precincts all voted at a 74.74%, almost 75%. Unprecedented for any political contest in the city of Royal Oak. Even our millages don't pass at this kind of margin. Even dumb things that other people propose don't fail at this type of margin. It's unprecedented. 6,555 people in the precincts around this, and in Precinct 2, 1,101 people voted for legal marijuana. Now, as a past city commissioner, as a past zoning board member, and as past planning commissioner, I always had a problem figuring out whether the people in the audience that were really mad about something represented the community or not. I could say, okay, these people are really fired up, and I understand they're really fired up, but do they represent the 60,000 people in Royal Oak? Here, you know what the voters in these precincts were thinking because they voted, and 6,755 of them could not come to tonight's meeting to tell you again what they thought. But one of the things that the city was worried about is, does this reflect the will of the people in terms of having the facility? So Mr. Murphy, could you go to that next slide for me if you wouldn't mind? I am never known for being brief, but I'm getting there.
We know.
So the city commissioned a study to make sure, to be careful, and that result came in June of 2019, to make sure that the people that voted for legal marijuana didn't think that the dispensaries were going to be somewhere else. And in that, 62% of the people thought that the industrial areas was the best place to put dispensaries. Again, another clear majority. Commercial was 65, a little higher, but 62%, you're going to win the election. So we have a scientific survey of our residents. And could you go to the next one? And also, they, by a very high majority, wanted dispensaries in the community. That's what they told me. They wanted it in industrial zones, and if I remember right, they wanted retailers 67% in the city of Royal Oak in industrial zones. So I know there's a lot of fired up people here. I have concerns for what they have to say. I've tried to talk to them about stuff that they're worried about, but I don't think they represent everybody in the community when it comes to this issue. And could you go to that page of the website, Mr. Murphy, that talks about this very issue? Even on our official city website, a question was submitted, and that question is, what if the 30% that didn't vote for this, or in the case of these precincts, the 25% that didn't vote for this, what if they come to all the public meetings and they try to run the process? And they try to say, marijuana's bad. People don't want marijuana. People don't want dispensaries. People don't want dispensaries in the industrial zone. Well, the fact is that the voters spoke and a scientific survey spoke. And if people have a different view, I can respect their view and respectfully say to them also that they didn't win on that view. There is nothing in the record which shows that this use has any issues coexisting close to residential uses. To suggest that is fear-mongering. To suggest that there will be all specter of issues is not supported by the general statistics. Look, if you're anti-climate science, you can find somebody to support what you're saying. But the fact is, the science says these reduce crime. It's intuitive. They've got tons of security. It's mandated they have tons of security. They raise property values. Well, 75% of the people like them. Of course they would. And the last thing that I want to leave you with is what Commissioner Douglas said, which I thought was very wise. We're not comparing an industrial use to mixed-use zoning on one side. We're not comparing it to mixed-use zoning on the other side of the railroad tracks. We're not comparing it to R1 zoning a quarter mile away. We're comparing the factors that you have to go through to zoning in the industrial zone. And to go through the factors, and I won't bore you with them, but all the factors are completely indicate that this is harmonious with all of the uses in the industrial zone. And if you go through all of the factors, as Commissioner Douglas so wisely said, you're looking at comparing apples to apples. What will this do to other uses in the industrial zone? And when you look at all of these factors, it is harmonious. It is designed and constructed to be harmonious. It's not hazardous to existing uses in the industrial zone. It's well served by essential services. It doesn't create public costs, even if people are scared about it. There's no studies that say that. And it's completely consistent with how you as the Planning Commission and you as the City Commission put into practice the voters' intent to have marijuana dispensaries in the city of Royal Oak. It's now 4 years almost past that vote. This is the first one that is just a dispensary, supported by science, supported by the voters. We would be honored and privileged and extremely thankful to have your positive recommendation to go to the City Commission. And I thank you so much for your attention so late at night.
All right.
And we're here for comments, questions, if you need us.
All right, so before we go to the public comment, I'm going to do the same thing here. Ask Mr. Hedges, does he have something to add after hearing the presentation?
I don't have anything to add. I do have one thing I'll need to discuss when we get to the site plan issue. There's an issue with one of the contingencies we're recommending that we either need to strike or modify, but it really doesn't apply to the special land use permit portion of the application, so I can wait to address it when we get to review the actual site plan.
Are you talking about the easement issue?
Yeah, it's about the access to an adjacent property. So do you want me to go over it now? Or?
No, I just wanted to identify it there. We may have some questions about that.
And Chair, I stood back up because I forgot to mention that, getting all fired up about the voters' intent.
Well, hold on. We may have some questions for you, but why don't we...
May I please just add, I believe that issue is resolved because I believe that the ordinance is met by the easements which were granted on the public record to 1,200 Knolls. If I'm wrong, I want to say some stuff about that. If I'm right, that the issue is resolved, I just want to sit the heck down.
I think we'll, at that issue, when we get to the site plan, we're going to have Mr. Hedges talk about it, and I will have some questions for you at that time.
Thank you. Thank you
We'll do
so
a special land use first. Okay? All right. So, is it, before we go to the public comment, any questions for the petitioners? We can do that afterwards. Okay. We'll open the public hearing, and is there people who want to speak on this issue? Come up to the microphone, introduce yourself for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, hello everyone. Mike Thompson, 1210 Irving, Lawson Park Homeowners Association. We want to have this project denied or not recommended by your commission, Mr. Mayor and Chairman and Commissioner Douglas and the board. The history of the South End is, can you hold this, Andrew? Is a tremendous amount of vehicle traffic. 696 wasn't built, originally with the city. It came in late. They had to deconstruct 10 Mile Road to build it. So there's an artery of traffic that gets funneled right through our neighborhood. We feel that this proposed dispensary project could add hundreds more cars. So we'll address that. We don't think it'll meet any of the basis of determination, the 7 points. We have 10 speakers from our association tonight. And Chairman Casada, could we speak in order, because we didn't want to say the same thing. We want to hit each topic separately. Is that allowable?
It seems efficient to me. I don't. Does any other commissioners object to that? Okay. Okay. Let's do that.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Okay. So item number 4 on tonight's agenda is the RFP for the new master plan. 20 years we haven't had a master plan. The land uses are obsolete. The master plan is obsolete. Commissioner Perush says it makes your job as the planning commission very difficult because you're using old information. You're using old land maps. Sorry, Andrew. That's showing uses that aren't there anymore. So this will be great advantageous because the uses that are there today don't reflect the uses over the last 20 years. I've lived here for 35 years, and it's flourishing. It's a renaissance. It's one project after another. This is an accurate. Sure, come a little closer, please. Remember, we got the COVID. So, all right. This is the south end. These are the railroad tracks. Here's the proposed marijuana dispensary right here. I live 3 blocks away. So all of this orange color is all new housing that's been built since I've been there. It's almost $10 million in investment. It's great tax revenue for the city. This is all single family. This is all mixed use 1, which is the preferred buffer from residential to the central business district. So Mr. Mamou is hanging on to a waste center that's still industrial, and another property across the street, and they're the most blighted areas besides the junkyard that's just down the street, just on the other side of the railroad tracks. We feel, because with the new master plan and the uses that are there and the investment and the flourishing neighborhood, that this project is inappropriate. We don't think it meets any of the basis of determination for proper land use. We think it's ideal for mixed use 1. So that's our point. It's not based on appearance. It's an excellent presentation like the last one, but it's in the wrong place. You had 36 applicants. The first 2 are in the wrong place. The first one was next to a school. This one is surrounded by residential, and it's flourishing. It continues more residential. This will retard the growth, in our opinion. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, who's ever next, please remember to introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Susan Gilbert, and I live at 1219 Irving, and I've lived in Royal Oak for 24 years. Over the last 24 years, we have seen a renaissance in the South End. The crossings at Irving were built on an aging brownfield. 17 single-family homes were built at the old Franklin Elementary site. Harrison 1 was built at an abandoned millwork site. The Pache Brothers' old building was replaced by 10 lofts. Harrison 2 is currently being built on a plot of land that consisted of at least 15 abandoned homes. 33 on Harrison, another flourishing development. The Skylofts. In 2017, our neighborhood association came before the committee to talk about the diverters. The plan was to remove the diverters from the south end. The diverters were the only thing protecting us from the arteries from 696 and other surrounding non-residential traffic. In 2018, we successfully moved forward with maintaining those diverters. In 2019, the city received a federal grant to improve the parks. If you haven't seen what's happening at Lawson Park, I encourage you to come by. It's amazing. Children, families, baseball field, basketball court, wonderful things are happening. So one of the things that is important that I haven't heard is neither of the petitioners today have spoken about traffic projections. And let me just share a little bit of research that I've done. Right here in Oakland County, there's a dispensary called The Greenhouse in Walled Lake. The owner of The Greenhouse shared that he has 700 to 800 curbside pickups a day. The Greenhouse is on Maple. If you're familiar with Walled Lake, Maple is 15 Mile Road. It's a main artery. Lowell, Massachusetts, a city that's larger than ours, nearly twice the size, petitioned regarding traffic 972 unique trips. Issaquah, Washington, city administrator said traffic is akin to fast food. It's constant cars. Really, I think the traffic would be too much for the South End to bear. You can petition Google, you can petition Waze. It takes a long time. We would have done it ourselves if we thought it would have helped. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Kalinowski. I live at 1008 Batavia. I'm glad we're still here at like 11 o'clock at night. I'm here to talk about the taxable value of the property. The average approximate tax value of retail marijuana in the city of Royal Oak is $30,000. Okay. If this would be rezoned for a multi-housing family, approximately 40 units, $5,000 per unit, the tax revenue would be $200,000 yearly. That $200,000 can be used for investment in police, investment to make our schools the #1 in the state, which we are currently not, roads, downtown development, parks, you name it. If a nice multifamily housing such as a Griffin was built in that area, the occupants would be approximately $100,000 to $200,000 in income. Then they would take that money and they would spend it in downtown to our businesses that are extremely hurting. I also want to point out the hidden negative costs. I know they spoke about police. There is reason to believe that there may be more police involvement in these areas. Further straining our police. We would have re-engineering and reconstruction of the roadways. We know that the Starbucks the Starbucks right by Beaumont, they're selling it. We all know the traffic jam it is. They're selling it, guys, because there's too much traffic. This current business proposition is not a permanent business proposition. As a business owner and a business leader in the Metro Detroit area, Mr. Mahmoud's business could fold at any point or any time. During the current pandemic, 1/4 of all small businesses in Michigan folded in Oakland County. If you look at the businesses out in California and Portland that are marijuana dispensaries, they're having trouble paying their bills and they're folding as well. That gets us stuck with an undeveloped warehouse. On the other hand, if we let this place possibly be a multifamily housing, that's a permanent tax increase. It will only increase in value and with inflation increase the taxable revenue. So I have a question to ask. Would you want to get $30,000 a year? Or would you rather prefer $200,000 a year plus that's a permanent addition that cannot be removed from our community and only grow this valuable and flourishing community that I am part of for 5 years of my life? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Reintroduce yourself at, you have
Sure.
3 minutes.
Alex Schneider. Okay, so I agree with Mr. Razor. Residents have voted for legal marijuana in Royal Oak. But had they voted for marijuana dispensaries near schools and residential area? That is a question, and there is no clear answer to that question. Now, here's a story from CU Denver. Do marijuana dispensaries increase neighborhood crime? We found, and I quote from this article, we found that neighborhoods with one or more medical or recreational dispensaries saw increase in crime rates that were between 26 and 1,452% higher than in neighborhoods without any commercial marijuana activity. Noted by Lorraine Hughes, PhD, Associate Professor in Schools of Public Affairs. Let's have a look at what's going on in Metro Detroit area and across the country. I'm gonna give you a few examples. Marijuana legalization will cause many problems for Missouri law enforcement and schools. That's what's coming from Missouri, from law enforcement. Oakland cannabis retailers under siege from violent thefts. In Canada, high robbery, violent raids, the dispensaries are afraid to call the police, fearing serious consequences from the authorities. Violent robbery in Denver dispensary. Las Vegas dispensary burglary, violent enough. Phoenix, Arizona, dispensary robbery at gunpoint. Metro Detroit, Channel 7 reported, string of dispensary robberies throughout Metro Detroit communities. Commerce Township police chase into West Bloomfield. West Bloomfield police chief said it is a growing problem. Kansas City, dispensary broken into. Madison Heights, they have 500 feet setback from dispensary and the residential areas. And that's just a few examples. Now, I'm just gonna turn online, just few little, there's hundreds of examples. Robbery at gunpoint has deadly consequences. There's a person with a gun assaulting people at the dispensary. Caught on camera, shots fired during robbery at dispensary. Continues.
You're past your time, so please wrap it up.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up now. Kent County medical marijuana dispensary raids spark outrage. Marijuana dispensary robbery caught on camera. Would-be thieves break into Albuquerque medical marijuana dispensary. Ohio medical marijuana dispensary expansion creates real estate and probability frenzy. Now, this goes on and on and on. I can't make it up. Nobody can. It's all here. And what I want to say is that if medical marijuana or regular recreational marijuana creates crime in the neighborhoods, would property values go up or down? That is a question I leave up to you to answer. And that's a logical answer.
Thank you. Next. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Josh Fisher. I live in the neighborhood close by, a couple blocks from the site. I wanted to start off by saying I'm not against recreational marijuana. I support it. Actually, I got to see some of this project on Saturday with their presentation before it got cut off, and I got to see more of it today. I'm in the construction business and real estate development. It's a very impressive project. The site's impressive. I think it's going to make the area look nicer. The only problem is for me is traffic. It would be nice if something like this opened and nobody went there. But when you're selling marijuana, the sales are averaging probably $50 to maybe a couple $100. You have to sell. You have to have a lot of people in and out of there every day. And we've had studies that have been brought to my attention that it's going to be 400, 800 cars a day. I don't really see how it's feasible in the way our neighborhood's laid out. We already have a pretty big traffic problem along the truck route. I lived at the townhouses on Main Street since 2006, and I bought my home by Lawson Park a handful of years ago. And I can tell you right now, I wouldn't buy a house to raise my 9-month-old kid in an industrial district. It's been mischaracterized by the applicant's counsel that it's an industrial district over and over. And I can tell you guys, 20-year-old master plan, it's going to be renewed next year. And I would just ask that you guys think about what the master plan, how it's going to be updated. And if you look at the map, you can see that almost every property surrounding this site is residential. And even though it's zoned industrial right now, it's not a great site for something that gets such a high volume of traffic. And again, I point out, I think it's a fabulous project. It's beautiful. I do appreciate the things that they've done. I just think there's a lot of other sites in Royal Oak that would be great for something like this. I do think they belong in industrial districts. Council's pointed that out. I think he's right. I just don't think this is an industrial district. If you guys haven't been down that neighborhood in a while, I encourage you to drive through there. It's had a lot of beautiful residential development. It's benefited the area. They've converted sites from industrial sites to really nice multifamily. And this would sit right there. I would have the same feeling about anything if it's a balloon store that's going to have, hundreds and hundreds of cars every day. I'd feel the same way about it. I'm excited about recreational marijuana, and I just think that in this particular area on this street, it's going to be a big problem. And I know the applicants brought up several things. They've told us that traffic won't be a problem, kind of just because they said it won't be a problem. They've also pointed out about directing people towards Main Street, and I think they're sincere with that. I think that they want to make things better for us. I don't sense that they don't care about that. The only problem is even if you were to put a sign that was legally enforceable that made maybe a no right turn out, it's not going to be enforced. Our no through traffic signs are never enforced. Our stop signs aren't enforced in our neighborhood. So there's not a lot of confidence that we have in something like that. And I would just, I'm going to quote the applicant's counsel is quoted in an article says, concerns about traffic in an area zoned industrial is something that perhaps cannot be met with everyone's satisfaction. So I think the attitude is our site's industrial, we can do whatever we want with it. And I just think that the character of the neighborhood now doesn't fit the current description of the master plan. When the master plan gets updated, I don't think that this area is going to look the same on how they reclassify it. And just to note, it's 20 years old. It should be updated every 5 to 10 years. I guess that's besides the point for tonight. But I would encourage you guys to consider the way that the neighborhood looks right now in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm Nancy Poprovsky, 1119 Batavia for 20 years. In times like these, it's up to all of us to make the future better, safer, and hopeful for everyone, including the children who are the future and our city's future. The Lawson Park Homeowners Association, City of Royal Oak, Harrison Epic Development have all worked hard to keep our neighborhood a cohesive, better, and safe community for everyone and our families. Our mission is to keep it that way. Mr. Mamu's resume states that he has always improved his properties. Most people are impressed by driving by a handsome building, But if they don't live in the neighborhood, they don't experience a marijuana dispensary's excessive traffic volume and safety issues day in and day out. We will. These impacts will disrupt, jeopardize, spoil, and undo all the progress we have made with traffic safety and harmonious development. So please, let's not dwell on how your building will look if you don't live in the neighborhood and won't experience all the negative impacts of your marijuana business. Mr. Mahmood, your resume also states that the developments that you have transformed in heavily blighted areas have made upscale residential communities. Here's an existing example of a railroad area like ours that was transformed in Birmingham called the Rail District. The Rail District is an eclectic mixed corridor with a range of commercial service and residential using a creative site where planning is encouraged to promote high quality, cohesive development compatible with existing uses and adjacent single and multifamily neighborhoods. This type of development is consistent with mixed-use number 1 zoning. Since this adaptation, there has been extensive investment in this area. Some of these establishments are Goldfish Swim School, the Lego Robot Garage, Eisenhower Dance Studio, and Born Yoga. These all have children in mind, which would be more harmonious and individually have less traffic, shorter hours of operation, and no need for extensive or security. Downtown Royal Oak and its main shopping district is geared to adults with many bars, restaurants, and adult venues. A dispensary would fit in better with adult venues. Mr. Mahmood discusses his state-of-the-art designs. That's fine, but our main concern is the state of our neighborhood being better, safe, and not all our hard work undone by traffic and safety issues. Mr. Mahmood's resume emphasizes his commitment to family. We are also committed to our families. Mr. Razor, Mr. Mahmood's lawyer, describes a marijuana dispensary as a new, cool development. What's cool for our neighborhood is we have established, and with more creative vision, we can continue the harmonious beauty at the south end. Let's not disregard or destroy it. And I'm sorry, Jim, but I won't be taking my 3-year-old granddaughter to your pocket park.
Thank you. Next. Please introduce yourself. 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Christina Robbins, and I've been a Royal Oak resident for 32 years. I live on 1037 Irving, which is on the corner of Irving and Harrison. And tonight, I might reiterate some of the things that people have said, but I am going to kind of talk about in terms of these points, the basis of determination for the proposal. And I'm going to talk about points 1, 2, and 3. Just quickly summarizing those points, it's the harmonious with general objectives of the master plan, operated and maintained to be harmonious of current character of the neighborhood, and will not be hazardous to the existing use. So let me paint a picture of this industrial zone that we call our community. I reside on Irving, and between Irving and Harrison on the corner there, and 5 years ago, I wouldn't even walk down Harrison towards the area of this industrial zone. It was, dilapidated homes and just the recycling plants. And I told my kids, don't go there. It's dangerous. I didn't walk there. But if you've been there in the past 5 years, it's just a totally different story. It's just beautiful. There's luxurious condominiums, multi-family homes. I see people, going through there walking their dog and with children with strollers, and it's joggers. It's just different. And I'm enjoying seeing that, and it really has become part of our community. So regarding the points 1 and 2 about the overall harmony with the neighborhood, I don't think this dispensary is for the Royal Oak families. This is for people outside of our neighborhood to drive in and out of very quickly. And the current master plan does not reflect the trajectory of residential growth and urban renewal that's been spreading west of Main Street. Our residents do not want to live adjacent to a high-volume retail with evening hours. And with respect to point 3, currently one of our challenges is our narrow roads and the newly added traffic in the neighborhood right now along Irving to Harrison, which is the old alternate truck route and now bicycle route that stretches from Main to a 696 service drive that will increase the traffic once we have this, and it will add more cars, several hundred perhaps, from this retail activity to the current mix, and will increase the hazards as pointed in point 3. So in closing, I'd like to add that any retail, whether it be a CVS or a Chick-fil-A or the dispensary, just is at odds with the residential development in that part of the our community on Harrison. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Phil Bocek, 33 on Harrison. Point number 4 on the basis of determination states, will be an improvement in relation to the property in the immediate vicinity and to the city as a whole. I live in 33 on Harrison, which is directly adjacent to the property in question. My building's front door is roughly 50 feet away from the proposed location. If you zoom in on one of those pictures, you could probably see me taking a shower in one of those windows. You can imagine why this particular point of determination hit close to home for me, quite literally. I want to make it very clear, this is a residential area through and through. As convincing as the zoning map is, I want to stress that the only foot traffic in our community is from our community members, and all parking, limited as it is utilized by members of our community. This is a dynamic, vibrant, and safe neighborhood that we are all proud to live in. The addition of a high-volume retail store with hundreds of cars per day in traffic will completely ruin this dynamic, which has brought so much value to the southern portion of Royal Oak. It completely changes the future course of what this area has been developed for. All the momentum will grind to a halt. We don't say this solely because this is a retailer of a controlled substance that we are reluctant to be infused into our daily lives, but because the infrastructure simply will not allow for coexistence of residential communities and a high-volume retailer on these small neighborhood streets with absolutely zero capacity to handle any spillover traffic and parking. Every day we will wake up and be reminded of the massive disruption that this has caused to the community we have grown to love. In the days preceding the hearing, the applicant reached out to members of the community, roughly 12 hours before it really happened, less than 24 hours, citing one of the main reasons we should be in favor of this proposal is that other, more harmful alternatives could be put in its place. The examples have already been stated: crematorium, above-ground storage, drug processing facility. We find it very alarming that the current owners of this property, who are party to this proposal, would consider such tactics to push this initiative through. It became clear to us that the intentions of the applicants were not to make our community better, but rather to hold us hostage from potentially making it far worse. On one hand, they exalt the green and sustainable construction of the building, and on the other hand, they bring up the potential of putting extremely harmful pollutants into our community. We find it hard to believe that they are considering our community's best interests if these are the alternatives that they are contemplating. I know that we won't get the publicity as other proposed locations, but we are a group of community members nonetheless that are looking for our city and this commission to be our voice. I can imagine that scenarios like these are what inspired members like yourselves to be involved in local government. This is very clearly a technicality that is being exploited at the detriment of the surrounding community. I ask that you be my family's voice so that when we walk outside of our front door every day, we don't have to deal with a traffic jam of cars on our way to work, to walk our pets, or to go out for a jog. That is not the intended use of this developed property for now and for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dave Robbins, and I have lived at the corner of Irving and Harrison for 32 years. I'm going to discuss how the dispensary will not satisfy points 5, 6, and 7 of the basis of determination of the master plan. And I'll start with point 5. project will be served adequately by essential public services and facilities, or that the persons responsible for the establishment will provide adequately any such service. And as the gentlemen who are presenting the application tonight themselves stated, they have no control over public traffic, and that's one of the biggest issues. Spring and summer in Royal Oak, we know that our city is the entertainment destination in the Oakland County region. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have visitors who come to party in Royal Oak. Wednesday night's the unofficial motorcycle night. And while our police do a very, very great job, they're very, very busy downtown. Now this dispensary is going to be like having a bar, and with the accompanying high volume of traffic. We're inviting the downtown party to be within 50 feet of Phil, the gentleman who spoke before me, 50 feet of his home. This is going to divert the police from the downtown patrol duties. And no matter how many security guards that are at the dispensary, they don't have jurisdiction to handle traffic incidences, or traffic accidents that are going to happen maybe a block away. This is a very, very narrow road, Harrison. So, Saturday evening with cars coming and going, and there's a controlled substance and a narrow road next to these homes, we think there's going to be more police activity in the area. This leads me to point number 6. The project will not create excessive additional public costs and will not be detrimental to economic welfare of the city. And I have to ask this question. Will the additional police resources required to patrol in this area be covered by tax revenue from the dispensary? I don't think that it will be. Tax surcharges for DEA Schedule I substances go to the state of Michigan and to the federal government. This is a 1-acre parcel, and we're getting property tax from a single acre. Now, finally, point 7, will the project be consistent with the intent and purposes of this chapter zoning ordinance and comply with applicable provisions and standards which are established for said use by this chapter? This is really uncharted territory for our city, and we have to think very, very carefully about this first dispensary. There are going to be some unforeseen changes that are going to be required, not only in zoning, but perhaps in construction. We have to deal with traffic flows. I think we can see some of the consequences tonight, but there are going to be other unforeseen consequences. This location at Harrison will be very, very volatile for reasons of traffic, narrow road, and business hours in the evening. And we hope that these business hours don't expand like they did at WROK Brewery. Kind of hard to contain the genie once the genie's out of the bottle. Currently, Royal Oak has some work to do with dispensary ordinances. We have no ordinance governing distance for residential areas. Other areas do, and those are 500 feet. We don't have any, and we're bringing in a high volume of traffic into a residential area. On through a corridor that people use past Lawson Park, where we have kids playing. So this is very, very important that we consider this when we're regarding this proposal.
Your time is up, so please wrap it up.
Okay, sure. So while Harrison is zoned now for general industrial, it is only 1 acre, and it is sandwiched in a thriving, growing residential area that's already burdened with traffic. And so this is the reason why we feel that this proposal should not go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Got one more? 2 more? Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, Paul, thank you for denying the previous application, as well as yourselves and Mrs. Bechet. As an educator, my name is Mitch Hancock. I'm a longstanding resident of Royal Oak, was born and raised here in this city of Royal Oak. I'm a father of 3, parishioner of St. Mary's Parish, and my wife and 3 children and I reside on the south side near the planned building site of this marijuana dispensary. Much like my fellow neighbors, I'm not against a dispensary, but I'm not for a dispensary in the middle of a neighborhood. I was born and raised on North Rembrandt Avenue, attended Helen Keller High School, have 3 siblings who attended Royal Oak Dondero, grew up playing local sandlot baseball just like many of you or your children did through the ROBF. In closing and summarizing the Lawson Park Homeowners Association, We are exceedingly worried and quite frankly scared about the path in which you as a planning commission is taking our beloved Lawson Park neighborhood. You are trusted officials who were selected to make decisions based on the betterment of fellow citizens, which was indicated today, including our children. The decision to locate a marijuana dispensary in the middle of a single-family and multifamily homes, not to mention approximately 400 meters from two parks, 400 meters from two parks, which is filled by my kids and other neighborhood kids playing daily. We are requesting that you deny this application here today and apply further thought and deliberation to the location selection process for these facilities. Our request for denial is based off the evident facts presented to you today by our association based on the determinations of items 1 through 8. This land should be utilized to further develop our community into a flourishing residential neighborhood near the downtown district we're all so proud of. The increased traffic through the middle of a residential neighborhood is unsustainable. Take a look at your traffic study from 2017 by Fleiss and Vanderbrink, which indicated that this was the case. We spent $12,500 as a city on that study, so I implore you to review that. You indicated that the moves eliminated truck traffic. Thank you for doing so. We don't want additional car traffic. The safety issues that come along with the dispensary, the safeguard of our neighborhoods, and children who play in those two parks, which are beautified by a federal grant, not by the Mumu family. Ask yourself, why is there a need for a full-time security service, 24 hours of continued monitoring by an outside third-party organization? That's because of crime. Because of crime and only crime. Analyze the site taxation comparison as indicated by my fellow neighbors. We think we can do better up to 4 to 5 times. Recognize that the Royal Oaks master plan is over 20 years old. This neighborhood has changed for the betterment thanks to individuals who have put so much time and work into that neighborhood. We just ask that you look at criteria number 4 extremely close. This is a disturbance to the current use of that neighborhood. On Sunday afternoon, we had some sunshine finally. I know it's hard for our new mayor to understand that as he's from, our new attorney as he's from Texas. Welcome to Royal Oak. I know he was sworn in recently this spring. With the company of my children, Kinsley, Tegan, Mia, and my wife, I leashed my dog. I left 1015 Irving Avenue. Unbeknownst to them, I took my phone out. I hit the start button on the timer. It took me 3 minutes and 26 seconds to get to your site. 3 minutes and 26 seconds on foot with my dog and 3 children to get to a medical marijuana dispensary. I'm not sure if you have children, sir, but I'm sure you wouldn't want children or a medical dispensary, marijuana dispensary, 3 minutes and 26 seconds from your home. That's difficult to swallow. It really is. So in closing, Mayor and Commission, we the Lawson Park Homeowners Association stand united tonight as a group to encourage you to deny this application on the basis of keeping our community, family, friends safe. In no way, shape, or form should our young children, or my 3 children, or any of your children have a dispensary located in the middle of a neighborhood. We, as citizens of Royal Oak, are asking you respectfully to decline this application and to put more thought process into the location where this fantastic dispensary could go. But we do not believe it should be in the middle of a neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see Mr. Wolfson walking. Are you coming up? Okay. You still have to introduce yourself in 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Robert Wolfson. I live at 590 East Harrison. And we have a project that looks pretty decent. Look decent anyways, but it is, who cares? What we're here for is why it fits in our neighborhood. They did not develop this or want to do this project because they're interested in making just a little bit of money. They're interested in making millions of dollars a year. I offered to buy that land and had an offer signed 2 or 3 years ago for $900,000 to put 40 condominiums on it. Those 40 condominiums would have given us $400,000 in taxes. not 40,000 in taxes. And nobody in their right mind is going to build on that site. It won't be a 7-Eleven, it won't be a crematorium, it won't be anything because they're not going to sell it unless they get tons of money if they get defeated. My position is this. I've built 5 projects in the city, no one else has. I know what goes on, I know how it works. And the bottom line is there won't be 200 cars more. There won't be only $400,000 or $200,000 difference in taxes. The cars that are going to be coming down there will be 600 to 1,000 a day. And that's not what they're telling you. And there's no place for them. There's no place for them to park. There's no place for the extra people. There's no loop they have. Somebody mentioned about Liv. Liv has a back entrance. They can't come out to Hilton. They can't come in from Hilton. They only go out. They got 3 cops that are standing there directing traffic all day long. You also have cops that are in there security. Why do they have security in a pot shop? For fun? What other business do you know has security all the time? You can't walk in without passing talking to them looking at you, watching you, what you're doing. There are 3 guys in the outside. I want everybody to understand this. Lawson Park is $1.2 million you spent on. Do you really think all those cars are going to be intertwined with the children playing baseball over there? Do you really think this makes any sense? It doesn't make any sense. Not any one of these guys would like to have a pot shop across the street from them. That door over there to right over here is 50 feet. We got one guy that's 50 feet away. My 2 projects that I'm building right now on land that I bought from them, and which is the lumber yard, and you know that it's probably one of the best projects out. But my other project that's there is 75 feet from the corner. And these aren't like houses that are $200,000 or $400,000. Their tax base on those 2 projects that I did are probably close to $700,000 a year. I don't think this makes any sense. I don't think it makes sense to any of you. If you vote your heart and you do the right thing, it doesn't belong here, period. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, I see a hand back there. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commission members, petitioners, Mr. Mayor. My name is Christopher Ott, and I'm the president of the board of directors for the Crossings at Irving Homeowners Association. I'm here tonight representing our 82 residents. We are united on opposition to the petitioner's request to build and operate a marijuana dispensary in our neighborhood. My first point is the premise of this hearing does not accurately reflect the reality of the underlying as-built neighborhood, which other fellow neighbors have mentioned to you all. This hearing is about a mixed-use application for a marijuana dispensary dead center in the middle of a residential development. Residential development has occurred directly within the area under consideration over the last 5 years, and as a result of that development, the underlying zoning designation does not reflect accurately what has been built. The underlying area is now, in practice and in effect, residential zoned. To think of it any other way is inaccurate in reality. To that, my second point is I challenge the commission members and the mayor to spend an hour walking the neighborhood surrounding the proposed dispensary. One short walk to the east and you'll find the 33 on Harrison where Phil lives, the Epic at Harrison, which is being built, the Harrison apartments, which are built out, and the Parent Avenue apartments, which are also built out. All of which those have been approved and built in the last 5 years. A short walk west over the railroad tracks and you'll find Metro Loft, Station 33, and Stone Brick Court condominiums, which the petitioner used to live in. Those neighborhoods, which go from Main Street to the petitioner's property, that's the beginning of our beautiful neighborhood off of Main Street. My third point, since submitting my letter to the Planning Commission yesterday, I've been contacted multiple times by the petitioner's team to try to convince me my position is not correct. I have not been the only person that has had to endure this as attempts to change our positions. Other members of my community and my development have been approached and harassed in the past 2 days. I didn't ask to be swayed, nor will I, nor will my board, or nor will my fellow neighbors be bullied. I'm a private citizen. and my privacy and safety is the reason I'm standing before you tonight. I strongly implore the Planning Commission members to reject this intrusive, high-volume retail business in our neighborhood. One final piece of data that has been talked about by other community members. Today, 4 p.m., I spent half an hour, just 30 minutes, parked outside of the Live dispensary in Ferndale, which is a hugely successful dispensary. I counted 19 carry-out clients and 22 walk-in clients in that 30-minute time period. Using that small sample size during off-peak hours, we have the potential here for 750 plus vehicles a day arriving to Royal Treatment to buy their goods. This estimated traffic load is 2 times the national average for a fast food restaurant. The potential for traffic disruption on Harrison, Main Street, and the surrounding neighborhood cannot be understated or ignored. 4 years ago, the voters in this city, including myself, voted overwhelmingly in favor of recreational marijuana dispensaries in our city. This vote does not mean we should compromise our neighborhood's identities by allowing dispensaries to open and operate deep inside burgeoning residential zones. I'd ask you to make a stand tonight, protect our neighborhoods, deny this proposed project. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. There are others over here.
How you doing? Eric Barr, 123 and 119 South Main Street. Mayor, Commission, I think a lot of people here know me. I've been in this community for a long time. I also own Toyology Toys in downtown Royal Oak. I'm a family-oriented guy. I'm also in the marijuana business, and I've been here listening to this debate for 4 or 5 years. I've had early discussions with a lot of people in this community to understand what was best for this community. At one point, I thought it was a great idea to have a marijuana dispensary right next to my toy store in the old Andiamo space because of the amazing new parking structure that was going behind us and the traffic that could handle. I quickly realized that that wasn't the best idea, and we had to find the right place to put this, and I've been involved in every single meeting since 2018, 2019. The one thing that is inconsistent about these two projects is this inconsistency with the path that you all created all of us applicants to follow. The other thing that I want to point out, being a young entrepreneur, somebody who cares about this community, and all of you guys know that, is I tried so hard to have a positive impact on this community, being from the outside. And I've been here for almost 10 plus years. I'm a young entrepreneur. And the craziest part of this whole situation is the 2 representatives here tonight are ex-high-ranking public officials of Royal Oak. End of discussion.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Right here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Christian Sherrill Blom. I live more or less on the corner of East Hudson and Knowles, so just as close to the proposed site as my lovely neighbors over here. Been a Royal Oak resident for only 3 years now, and living, on the south end. I didn't know he was even called that until tonight, but Lawson Park. I mean, I feel the warmth, the love, the passion that this little corner of Royal Oak shares. Really, it's one of the reasons my wife and I moved there and decided to start a family there. At the same time, a lot of the information I think that we've heard tonight from many of my concerned neighbors, it's very valid, yet at the same time, I've only been presented factual basis to make a decision on my own from the parties to my right. I mean, there is peer-reviewed, oft-cited research that completely disproves any of the concerns that we have pertaining to crime. I mean, property values as a whole. The boom we've seen in property values in single-family homes in direct proximity to dispensaries, which, while it seems like it doesn't make sense, the numbers prove that it does. Property values grow. From a traffic perspective, I've been here 3 years. I can't speak with the same experience as my neighbors over here on my left in terms of how they've seen the neighborhood grow and evolve. I have a 3-month-old daughter, so I can speak with some tired experience as to what it's like to have a child in this neighborhood. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure where the disgust comes from with a short walk to a marijuana dispensary. It is a legal business. I'm not going to hide marijuana from my child. Personally, I don't use it. I know other people do in our neighborhood. just because it's sold down the street, I don't think changes the immutable fact that it's part of Royal Oak. We voted, 75% of me and my neighbors voted to allow this in our neighborhood, to allow this in our city. We followed the right process to put this dispensary in place. The planning committee has decided that this is an acceptable location. We're going to vote on that tonight. So I just want you guys to consider that. And moving forward, as a very close neighbor to this, I know we've heard from a lot of people who don't want it. I think I speak for the 74% when I say that I am perfectly comfortable with you guys deciding to move forward and approve this dispensary here on Harrison. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see another hand there, right there. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Scott Langdorf. I reside on Irving Avenue, and I'd just like to note there is a difference between voting to legalize marijuana and locating it in your backyard. The first words out of the petitioner's attorney's mouth was that over the last 30 years, the land has been cleaned up and families, residents have been developed in that area. I've been in that area for over 40 years, and I've seen a lot of cleanup and a lot of improvement in that neighborhood, which I live in, where we raised 5 children. The architect, when showing one of the maps here, referenced the surrounding residential neighborhood or residential users. This neighborhood has developed and evolved and has turned into a family residential neighborhood. The parks that have been developed there, the berms that have been enhanced there, all the residential usage that's there. My wife and I take walks and walk by those areas, in fact. And of course, the worst areas is still in the designated light industry area. But that has been evolving also with all the condominiums and the growth there. It's turned out very nicely over the last 40 years. So please protect the family-oriented neighborhoods by not recommending or granting the proposed special land use in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this? There's right there. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Drabeck, a resident on Irving. I learned a lot here tonight, actually. This is the first meeting I've ever really participated in and listening to everything that's going on. And the email that I got the other day about what was going on is actually pretty interesting. I raised 3 kids by myself here, a single dad, and I have a daughter who's a little person. It's a achondroplasia. She's about 47 inches tall, and she's about 23 years old and walks the dog all over the neighborhood and tells me all the time about how cars almost hit her because they don't see her. And it's progressed because this has happened because I've been a resident here for 19 years, So I'm putting all this together, and I don't have as much as Mitch and a couple of these other guys that just really put it together really well. The email I got said the gentleman that's a lawyer here notes that they're aggressive, tough, and relentless, and they want to fight to win. I don't think we want to fight. We just don't want it here. I don't really think there's any reason for anybody to fight. And, Mr. Mahmood, I respect being a businessman too, that you want to do something, but I just have a feeling if you lived in Royal Oak and you were living over in the corner where we were at, you wouldn't want your little ones over there. I can't believe that. If you are where you are now and you love the city and you love to promote everything and make it good, I have a hard time believing that. To hear that there's more cameras on medical marijuana than there are kids in schools, it's just amazing. I listened to the first one. The Live thing right over here. I have a friend that owns a business right across the street. That place is busy from sunup to sundown every single day, and they tell me that it's just amazing because there are armed policemen standing out front. I don't know if I want to deal with that. I don't know if I want to deal with lighted billboards on the side of a building talking about really nice cement and really nice drainage. It seems like you're somebody said it tonight, you're putting a lipstick on a pig. You shine it up, it's still a turd. It just seems really odd to me. So what happens when you open a business? You want sales, you want customers, you want specials, and you want a customer turnover. And you want to put it out because you want to pump money in, because you want to take your family on trips and you want to do fun stuff. Well, that's just going to affect all of us. It just seems, that young lady that was in here earlier couldn't have said it best. I think it's just dumb. That pretty much sums it up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this agenda item over here?
Hello, Kevin Blair. There's been a lot of good points been made on this. I think I'm just going to emphasize the traffic piece. You have an applicant that wants to put a very lucrative business here that's saying, oh no, there won't be any traffic. Of course there won't be any traffic. And you have other people saying it's going to be thousands of cars. I think it's going to be much closer to that end of the spectrum, whether we're talking, even conservative estimates, 400, 500 cars. I think it was very telling in their own application, in the site plan. I don't know if everyone caught this. When you have a diagram that shows that it's theoretically possible to have a garbage truck get into your parking lot, that's not a site that can hold hundreds of cars a day. So their own site plan shows that this is a tiny lot. There's no way that this is harmonious with the area, with the parks, the residential area nearby. This is a tiny little lot. There's no way that they're going to sustain this business, and it's going to overflow and affect the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else out here? Right here. Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Get it off. Fugs up my glasses. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford, and I live one block off of Woodward between 12 and a half and 13, so I understand traffic. In my earlier comments, I mentioned the fact that there's no 1,000-foot buffer between these facilities and the residential, and that the petitions do not include traffic studies. Well, as we hear from the residents, the traffic is the elephant in the room here, and any such proposals should not go forward without having a properly conducted traffic study and a site plan that indicates any mitigating actions that would be taken to reduce the traffic impact on the residential area. And I do have to point out, I was disappointed, the package that the planning department put together has an aerial photograph that is way out of date. When I was going through this over the weekend, I Googled the site just to see what was down there. And as the residents pointed out in their orange areas, very, very well done diagram, there are condos kitty corner to the facility on Knowles and Harrison. Not only are there condos there, but Mr. Wolfson is building out more in the lots, in the lot behind those already built properties. As far as the buffer between the facility and the residential, the site plan that John Vitale has put together, and under full disclosure, he and I used to work for the same company many years ago, did a nice job with the park and buffering, from the standpoint of visual impact. But I really think that the traffic is the real issue here, and possibly the security issues and everything that go along with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this agenda item? I see this hand went up first over here. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Mitch Bodie. I live right off of the intersection of Irving Avenue and Parent. Bought a condo there to be near our first grandson here in Royal Oak. Couldn't be happier about being here. One of the reasons, or the 3 reasons we really chose Royal Oak as our home was, first of all, walkability. You guys have done a fantastic job making a very walkable community. From where I live, I can be at Holiday Market, I can be at Ace Hardware, I can be uptown having a burger within 5 to 10 minutes from where I live. Parks, fantastic. I find a new one darn near every week when I walk. And sprinkle out throughout the area is fantastic to be having these parks around. And then he punched a bunch of money into the one right across the street from my house. $1.2 million went into Lawson Park. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? A 3-story playset. I can't wait to get on that thing. Okay, and then the other thing that really attracted us is the mix of housing options you've offered. You've done a fantastic job of feathering in large multifamily facilities, buildings like the one we live in. We live on Parent Avenue, again, right across the street from Lawson Park, along with the single-family homes that have made such a character point here in Royal Oak, in this part of town. We love it here. There is a traffic issue. We are retired. One morning last week, we sat and counted cars. Again, I look out to the intersection of Irving and Irving Avenue coming north and Parent Avenue going east or going west. Stop sign on both sides of that intersection. We counted 80 cars between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. 80 cars. I bet you 10% of them make a stop that wouldn't get the attention of a Royal Oak police officer. The other 90% roll on through. They roll on through. No trucks, no through trucks? BS. We got tow trucks going up and down that street every day of the week, going to the police impound yard with and without vehicles on their back. We got pedestrian traffic. We've got narrow streets. These streets, guys, I stepped them off. They're 25 to 28 feet wide. In most cases, parking is allowed on one side of the street or the other. That chokes it down even further yet. You throw in a few snowbanks and things of that nature, it makes it even tighter yet, guys. And you've got people barreling up Irving Avenue off of 696 in Mohawk, barreling up there at 30 or 35 miles an hour, coming to a maybe sort of kind of might be stop and going past my front door. You're not going to be able to convince Google to change your mind. Do what's right here, people. Imagine Little Leaguer getting out of that car, and he's in a hurry to get to the game because he's run a little bit late. He's got to go across 2 lanes, and Mom and Dad are parked on the west side of Irving Avenue. He's got to run across 2 lanes of traffic to get to his game. Imagine that bicyclist, oh, by the way, on a bicycle route too, this whole area is a bicycle route, cruising down Irving Avenue having to try and dodge cars. Imagine a young mom, baby in the stroller, dog on a leash, toddler in a trike, 2nd grader chasing butterflies. She's walking down the street and she's wondering if that guy coming in to get his medical marijuana or whatever it is, I don't really care, coming up the street is going to stop at the stop sign or if she's going to get run down. Do what's right. You guys have done such a wonderful job so far. Keep it going. I'm a new resident here. I appreciate you indulging me a little bit longer than normal, but I am paying out-of-state taxes, which is about double the rate of my neighbors. So,
all right, thank you. All right, any other, oh, right here.
Hi everyone, my name is Yusuf Idrisu. I live in the same building as Mitch, yeah, Parent Avenue. So I think that the argument that we have here, right, is kind of 2 ways. One is they did a very good job sort of looking at things from a technical standpoint and saying that, well, it's an industrial zone. People voted overwhelmingly to legalize marijuana, which is true, but it doesn't mean that they wanted to put those dispensaries like right behind where they live, right? Now, we need to kind of go beyond sort of what is conceptually described and look at the reality. So I'm going to rely on a concept in accounting that we call substance over form. which is just saying that, well, someone can tell you that the animal that you're seeing is a goat, but if it walks like a duck, looks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So we need to kind of take into account what the truth is on the ground versus what we think we're seeing on paper. They are relying on a master plan that is so old that it doesn't reflect what is happening on the ground today. It's just not true, right? And so we moved in about a year ago. There are several condos being developed in that neighborhood. The reality is it's a residential neighborhood. It's not an industrial zone. And they know that. So again, you can say over 75% of people voted true. You can again argue that they voted overwhelmingly that those dispensaries should be in industrial zones, true as well. But again, it's not an industrial zone because that's just not the reality. And hopefully, as you kind of think through where you want to vote, you would sort of pay attention and take into account all the people here. I don't think the team is correct in saying that we represent the 25% who lost and that our opinion doesn't matter. We do actually live in that neighborhood. There are new parks all over the place. It's a residential area. We go for runs all the time. And the truth is, bringing in this dispensary at this point is just going to change the nature of the neighborhood. And that is just the truth. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. All right. Is there anybody else in the chamber here that wishes to speak on the issue? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the side of the table. Mr. Hedges, anything from you or?
I have nothing further in regards to discussion on the special land use permit. I don't have anything additional to add to our staff report. When and if we get to a motion on the site plan, I do have an item I need to discuss regarding one of the contingencies listed in our memorandum on the actual site plan itself, but it's not relevant to discussion on the special land use permit.
All right. Very good. All right. Are there questions from the commission for the petitioners? Any additional questions? I have some. If we can bring, I'm not sure who would answer these questions, but Mr. Razor, you can give it a shot here. First of all, what are you selling there? Is it just recreational or is it medical? I'm not sure.
Recreational and medical marijuana.
Okay, are you growing anything there?
No, it's no. There's no grow. There's no processing.
So the enterprise is that they purchase product from somewhere else. It's brought in. It's on the premises, and you sell it like you're just a retailer.
True.
Okay. Let's talk about. There were some comments about the security, and we got into that a little bit with the first project. But I'd like to know more about it because I don't know enough about it. First of all, I understand that there's cameras. I understand you can't go in unless you're 21. But what about other security issues? You're handling cash, yes?
Yeah. Right now, the industry is a cash industry, even though there's a big push to allow the banking system to become part of it.
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, please.
There are many dispensaries using banks. We have connections with banks. So although it is largely, there's still a lot, they can accept credit. They can do debit transactions on site and do have access to banking. So it's not going to be large amounts of cash stored on site. There's the ability to take multiple drops to a banking a day. So in Michigan, local credit unions have taken up the ability to bank with cannabis companies.
Okay. What about curbside pickup and delivery? Do you do that? Do you plan on doing that?
it's something that's recently been allowed by the MRA. Specifically, it was brought in during COVID, but it's very clear that the MRA is going to keep that rule around because it really does reduce traffic issues. It clears out the parking lots to a large degree, and it allows people to be serviced, obviously without COVID issues of as far as many people going inside of a store at the same time. But it generally can cut down on the time a customer's in the parking lot down to 2 to 3 minutes when properly run with the software, and it also allows for people to schedule that ahead of time, so there's not too much traffic showing up at any given time.
You mentioned that you had some interface with the Hazel Park operation. Is that correct?
Breeze, Trucenta is the parent company. Breeze is the DBA for that. And they are a client of mine. They've been there for a number of years. They were one of the first dispensaries in Oakland County and are currently the busiest dispensary in the state of Michigan.
Did your client here work with them and do some sort of projection about the traffic, not just the car traffic, but the foot traffic? Do you have some projection, say, okay, for our business plan, we need X number of sales a day? Did you do something like that?
Well, we certainly discussed with them based on their numbers. I think the size of this store, the location, they're right off John R. Road. We're off Main Street, but a little bit off Main Street, and we're not too close to downtown. I would project, my belief is the numbers.
Well, my question is, did you do such a projection?
Well, there's no study. We're essentially guessing based on, I represent about 50 different retail stores across the state of Michigan, from Manistee to Ann Arbor to Hazel Park. So I have some ideas, but there's no official projection. It wouldn't be.
We've done a county model on the site.
Okay, and how many customers a day are you hoping for?
Come on up. 200 to 300 a day is the estimated at the beginning.
Okay, 200 to 300 sales a day will keep you afloat business-wise?
Individual sales, like check average, number of people.
All right. As long as you're all up here, let's talk. Let's go back to security. We had some comments about security guards. What is this? What is the required security in terms of personnel? I'm not familiar with this.
So there's not necessarily a requirement for security from the state of Michigan or the city of Royal Oak specific to how many security guards. However, our intention is, one, to monitor traffic and make sure, enforce the left turn only, as well as monitor that curbside to go. For various reasons, I believe it's important to have a security presence. I also believe somewhat of a security presence has a crime prevention aspect that's important. Our intention at this time would not be to have armed security on site, but just have general security guards from a private security company. I do also believe it's important to have a security presence 24 hours a day, which is why that's part of our security plan, at least some security monitoring of the property. It wouldn't be an overwhelming presence or anything like that, but just generally to have the area monitored, although it's also going to be on camera. And of course, the Royal Oak Police can have access at any time to the off-site camera recording system if they ever needed such access.
And what are the planned hours of operation?
I believe it is 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right.
And if I could follow up, Chair, my understanding is that the end of the day, all of the marijuana plus all the cash has to go into the safe on site.
Correct.
And be locked up. So there's no product running around, the store. There's a safe inside of the store.
The driveway that exists right now is where you're going to put the new driveway.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Okay, you say thereabouts. How much is it moving, if at all?
John, do you know that off the top of your head?
It's actually very close to the existing location.
Okay, that's right across from the driveway for the GFL.
Right.
Is there a gate?
We have not proposed a gate at this time.
Is there a fence around? Or is it just?
There is some fencing on the, as you can see in the rendering there.
Yes.
There's fencing along that industrial.
That's the west side.
The west side.
The rest of it is landscape.
The rest of it is landscaping.
Except around the park. Is there a fence around the park?
There's not a fence around the park, but we do have a row of arborvitae against the parking lot, so that pretty much is a very tight landscaping screen.
All right. Okay.
And certainly as part of site plan, if that's something that is desirable, we can talk about it. It's not a requirement in the ordinance to fence off the property. We didn't propose it because we didn't think, there's no consumption on site in a dispensary in Michigan, so, and it's not like WROK or something where you'd stay open until, midnight or 1 because people would be, ordering beers or pizza. I mean, it's just retail. You can't use the product there. You just get the product. And certainly, lots of people order home delivery now, and that's, more and more of the business model. So that definitely cuts down on, traffic.
All right. Those are my questions. Are there other questions for the petitioner? All right. Well,
could I just follow up
sure.
on some of the questions that you asked? And Commissioner Douglas, I will be very, very brief. This is not a big, it's not a big place. I mean, when you take out the safe and the back areas and all like that, it's about a 2,000 square foot place. And there are a plethora of places to the south of us that are dispensaries. So this is local. I mean, this is not meant to be a tourist attraction from everywhere in the world. And certainly coming south, you got a lot quicker options. This is not the type of volume of live on John R. This is a local place. And, the planning is from the current plan. I mean, not a coulda, not what's going to happen in the future. It's industrial. We compare it to industrial stuff, and it's compliant. And about the traffic, I just have to say this. About the traffic coming from the freeway, I know of no other place where a freeway exit goes into a residential neighborhood. At one point in time, that went into an industrial neighborhood. I get it. Now it doesn't. We don't want to see traffic coming through the neighborhood. I argued to, I believe, planning and to City Commission that we shouldn't have truck traffic going through 490-degree turns. I don't think our customers should come through that freeway exit. I personally think that the city could take some action to minimize that with permits or guard checks or cameras or something. I think that's just for residents. I don't think any commercial traffic should come up through the freeway. But we're powerless to do anything but tell you that if it ever came in front of the Planning Commission or the City Commission, we would be highly in favor of some sort of traffic or access control off the freeway to keep any customers from coming in through that way, because it's inappropriate now. It's a gorgeous neighborhood, and this is a very cool transitional use. My son in Seattle lived in a condo, had a dispensary next door. It was cute. It was normal. It was not a big deal. So that's that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Is there other questions for the petitioner? Other discussion on this side of the table? Questions for Mr. Hedges? Comments? Commissioner Douglas.
The voters of Royal Oak said that they wanted marijuana consumption in Michigan, and they wanted marijuana sales in our city, and they wanted it to be in industrial zoning. The site on which this development is proposed is zoned industrial, and we instructed applicants to look for industrial sites upon which to propose their facilities. We do contemplate a master plan, a revision of our master plan, and I will point out to one comment that our master plan has been updated every 5 years according to state law, but it's been minor improvement. It has not been a comprehensive revision. Nevertheless, the master planning process is going to take us 18 months at the best. Meanwhile, we need to do business, and applicants need to be able to come to us with a legitimate request in land that is suitably zoned in order to build developments. And we can't really turn them down to say, well, maybe somebody will build an apartment building there. We are required to hear the application that these people have paid for us to hear. So we can't speculate and say we'd like something else there. We have to consider what has been presented in front of us. And I do find it ironic that, I don't know, 12 years ago this area was like all zoned industrial. And then Mr. Wolfson, to his credit, saw the potential to develop it and began developing beautiful buildings on industrial land, and people came to live in these beautiful buildings knowing that there was a recycling facility across the street. So the presence of industrial zoning was there before people started, building expensive condominiums and apartments. So I think it's, we need to acknowledge the fact that this area has been industrial. It is in transition, but we can't wave a magic wand overnight and make it all residential. So I think the applicants have presented an appropriately sized, beautifully landscaped, attractive building that is pretty much exactly what the City Commission intended when they established industrial zoning for marijuana facilities.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I get it. I hear you. And I appreciate you coming out tonight. I think maybe I've been up here for better part of a decade. Doesn't seem that way, but when I look in the mirror, definitely appears that way. And your neighborhood is right adjacent to my neighborhood, so I walk it quite a bit with my wife and my dog, my kids. We frequent the parks down there. And over the years, a lot has changed, and I think for the better. We had the whole discussion about the berms that came up a while ago, and staff recommended to us, like, we need to make some changes. Not only did we keep those berms, but we put money into improving them. Heard some talks about federal grants tonight. Yep, federal money. We can decide what to do with that money, not this commission, but the city commission. And we made the decision to invest in our parks in the south part of town. We worked hard, even against some opposition with the truck routes, making sure that we limited truck traffic there. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect system. We're not going to have 40 cops on patrol. It's not a great use of resources, but if there's an issue, we send folks out and tickets are issued. And over the years too, I can say not just the beautiful developments that have come in and the change from industrial to mixed use. I mean, we had discussions up here, a lot of familiar faces when some of the condos were being built, and some of the saying, hey, we're concerned about traffic. We don't want to have traffic. I get it. With the berm discussion, quite frankly, I am not just accountable to all of you guys. I'm accountable to the entire city. And in my neighborhood, people for years have asked me, all those berms, all that diversion of traffic, why do we see all the traffic on our streets north of Lincoln? And, it's a fair argument, right? It goes all ways, both ways. It's like squeezing a balloon, right? You squeeze one side. Yet, we believe in this neighborhood. We want to see it, be strong. And I think it's made a lot of progress. Not to get technicality, but just like the last one, we do have to look at these 7 elements. But when we start to look at number 3 here, and we talk about, is there going to be a hazardous impact when we look at traffic, look at crime? And I appreciate the petitioners providing your studies. I don't know those, I don't see those, I can't speak to those, and I think to some of the neighborhood folks, you had some too. Everybody can do a study for a price. What I can tell you is that when we had this conversation early on at the City Commission about retail establishments, the concern was, okay, well, how do you feel about crime? Police department, give us your, assessment. They've always been pretty conservative. We have liquor license establishments come. They've always said, hey, we want to make sure we have enough resources. And I was a little surprised without hesitation. They said, we don't see these being an issue. In fact, not to call out any specific retailers in the city, we see this as being less problematic than a normal retailer, let's say, that sells alcohol or whatever, because they have a lot of shoplifting issues and all of those other things that actually draw on police resources. We've had a chance through this process. We're a slow adopter of marijuana legislation. We wanted to see what things were going like in other communities and what sort of issues were popping up and how we could do it better and smarter. and talk to the Ferndale Police Chief, talk to Madison Heights Police Chief. The crime part of it is as a rational person, listening to them, I understand how there's emotion tied to it. I understand there's a history tied to illegal marijuana. I struggle talking to our experts here in law enforcement, both within our city and around, to say that this is a severe, crime issue. What it means to your kids, what it means to, those issues, I can't speak to that. I can only speak, does it draw on police resources or not? And the answer is highly likely no, according to our law enforcement. Traffic, I get it. I'm not sure that there's a solution for anything that would go there. You build another 40 condos, you get 2 to 6 trips a day per condo, what we see. Maybe a little less in the COVID arena, but you get a lot of DoorDash and deliveries and stuff coming in, Amazon trucks. Mixed use, even if we say, okay, let's not look at it from an industrial point of view, which does allow like these flammable things. I'm a little worried. I looked at them like, oh man, we got to check that out in the master plan. We don't want big flammable storage tanks there. But even if you go to the mixed use, which permits office and all of that, you could have a large medical building like we have here in downtown, Henry Ford. You can have things that drive traffic. And I hear you guys, like, look, I get it. I'm not going to argue with what you're saying as far as we don't want things that drive traffic. I get that. The challenge that we have as a planning commission is the ordinances that are in front of us. And really, I think, again, it comes down to 3 and 4. And I think that's what we have to focus our discussion on. And 3 and 4 are really predicated on, is this a hazard and does it improve the area? And I think that those have to be really rooted in fact. And, I think we have to, and the handcuffs that we're in, I think Commissioner Douglas brought this up last time, is, like it or not, it's zoned as industrial. And even if it were zoned as mixed use, which includes office, and let's say we even wanted to step in that bound, how do we evaluate this in the context of anything other than, like, we can't consider the residential one zoning that's, quarter mile, I don't know, probably less than that. I don't know. People exaggerate. I don't know if it's quarter mile or whatever. But by law, we're prescribed to look at it for what it is. And that is always a challenge for us up here. And just like, personally, I'm not passionate. I like, no offense, I don't care. I mean, it's not like I'm saying, hey, we have to do this. This is jobs. This is great. Just like at this meeting, we get people that want to have sign variances. Oh, I want to change my sign and shrink it by 2 feet. Yeah, okay. I mean, let's hear your case and see if it follows the law and the rules. So, some cases that's not always true. Sometimes we get great developments that come in that are going to generate so much different activity. I just, like I said in the previous comment, I have no passion towards marijuana. In fact, all of this has just caused more headaches, I think, for our community. But, I think looking at this criteria is going to be critical. And, given the litigious nature of everything that's going on, I think we have to follow the law under 77011. So while I hear a lot of the arguments out there, just know that this planning commission hears you. We have to focus on the 7 elements. So, sorry, that was a long, it's already tomorrow.
Not a problem. All right.
I got a flight early tomorrow too, so I'm in trouble.
All right, other comments, questions, discussion, motion? Ms. Beakey.
Just a very brief comment. Just because it's a general misconception, narrow roads are actually better for keeping traffic slow. So that's a good thing your roads are narrow. Just for long-term thinking, not related to this issue. The other thing is, I just want to put out there, just intellectually, if these 200 or 300 people, which is a lot of people, especially if they come by cars, if they all walked and biked to this facility and nobody came by car, would that make this marijuana dispensary more palatable if we knew that people weren't going to drive cars to it? And I say that because I think, again, looking forward to our master plan, looking forward to how we want our community build, are we shifting more in that direction to support those functions that may or may not pertain to this discussion right now? But I think as a community we have to think about how we incorporate better transportation options, including walking and biking, so that the car is not always the discussion that defeats something like this, whether it's a condo building with 40 units or this kind of building. Having said that, the 200 to 300 there on feet, that's one thing. If everyone we think are coming by car, that might be another thing. And I'm really almost in a coma right now because I haven't been in any meeting present physically in 2 years. But go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I just had two points, and I think that's interesting. Whether it's 200 to 300 or 600, I think it'd also be interesting to understand where the people are coming from. They're not all going to be coming from the east, right? So I think we have to understand where that traffic, have some presumptions that it's going to be somewhat distributed. And I think the other issue is, no matter where, wherever the city manager and staff decides to approve a license for a special land use, no matter where it's put, there's always going to be, if it's in downtown, you've got nice buildings and apartments just like you do here in this area, and those folks are going to, take exception. If you put it on the commercial district in Woodward, you're going to have the Woodward side neighborhood, So at some point, no matter where this ends up, there's always going to be, some, I guess you can say, some concerns that I'm not saying aren't legit, but at the same time you have to balance it against, the fact that the community has overwhelmingly said that they want retail establishments, much to my surprise, because I literally don't care, in the city of Royal Oak. So I hope you empathize at least with this planning commission and with the city commission.
All right, other comments by the commissioners, questions? Motion? All right, well, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I move that we recommend that the city commission approve this special land use.
Is there a second?
I'll support.
All right, there's a supporting support. All right, so let's discuss. Other comments? I'll go. All right. So this is, I think that, the neighborhood concerns are legitimate. Anything successful here, whether it's a 40 unit condos or this dispensary, is going to have a traffic increase because right now there's zero traffic. So there has to be some traffic increase. I think that the comment was made that it's not all going to come from the east. That's true. I think what the petitioner is telling us, they're going to make an effort for the traffic to come from Main Street. They're probably not going to be 100% successful, but I don't know why they wouldn't be successful if that was their effort. I also point out that the driveway, the reason I asked about the driveway is the driveway doesn't really get to the residential area. If the traffic is a concern and there's success in directing a great percentage or most of the traffic from Main Street, that's a pretty important mitigating factor because those cars, if they go left and they come in from Main Street, will not reach the neighborhood area. And we would hope that would be the case. This is, I also say this is, from my point of view, I'm looking at it this way. This is not an industrial use. This is a retail use that through the legislative body has decided has to be in an industrial zone. So one of the most salient comments I heard was, well, we wouldn't want a CVS there because that's really what this is. This is a retail store. And so that's how I'm looking at it. It just so happens that they have no choice because they're a cannabis business. They have to be an industrial or a general business zone because we've mandated it as a city. So does it meet the requirements? For the most part, yeah, I think it meets all the requirements. I agree. The only issue is number 3. Is it hazardous or disturbing? Hazardous is a pretty strong word. I don't think it's hazardous. I think that, especially since they're going to have security, I think some of the crime concerns are probably going to be addressed. They're probably going to have, I can understand them having less crime. Disturbing is another matter. Yes, sure. You might be disturbed by the extra traffic. That's probably the case. How strong that is, it's hard to tell because it depends how successful they are in mitigating the traffic. And I just want to say this body can't do anything about
just like the petitioner said, we can't do anything about it. This body, I don't think, has any power to do anything about the traffic coming onto Irving from the freeway. I think that would be a great idea. I don't know what can be done about that. I don't think we can do anything about it. The last comment I'll make is that along the railroad track, for the most part, there's a lot of industrial there. I don't think it's going away in the next few years. So that's going to remain industrial. I think it's consistent with that strip. So those are my comments. Any other comments? No other comments, then we're going to move for a vote. So, I'll pick on you again, Ms. Beakey, if you don't mind. Let's start with you.
I'm struggling a little bit with this one, but I'm going to say no from my perspective.
All right, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
And I'm going to vote yes. So the motion passes. So we're going to recommend the special land use to the City Commission. Next issue would be the site plan. Mr. Hedges.
Yeah, we have one change we would like to make to our memo on listing the recommended contingencies of any site plan approval. Specifically, it's item number 6 regarding access and frontage to the property immediately south of petitioner's property at 1200 Knoll Street. In discussing that item with the city attorney, the planning division may have exceeded what we probably should have recommended in the special land use permit regarding that. Our suggestion is to one of two things: either that contingency item can be stricken from the list of recommended contingencies, or possibly modified to state that the current access easements, recorded easements that are on place on the petitioner's property are adequate to provide required access and frontage to 1200 Knoll Street. And Mr. Leal can elaborate if he has anything further on that. But we listed that as an issue within our special land use report, and may have been a little bit overzealous in some of the things we recommended. So,
so what we have there is basically a driveway going from Harrison to the property south of the petitioner's property.
Correct. There's been a driveway there along the east side of petitioner's property that leads all the way to 1200 Knoll Street, which is the property immediately south. That used to be dedicated right-of-way. It was actually part of Knoll Street until 2011, 2012. I can't remember exactly when. The petitioner actually had a different application before the Planning Commission and City Commission to redevelop all of that property, including the site that's before you tonight and 1200 Knoll Street. That development was approved. The right-of-way alongside was vacated, but then the development never proceeded through to construction. So the right-of-way was vacated, and we were left with a parcel of property to the south that doesn't have frontage on an actual right-of-way. They did, however, record 2 easements with Oakland County that does provide perpetual access for 1200 Knoll Street through the existing driveway to Harrison Avenue.
Okay, and you did not include the easement in the package.
It's listed on, I believe, the petitioner's survey.
Okay,
the topographical survey.
Maybe the petitioner can answer some of the questions. What I'm interested is that you have, right now it's asphalt, it's 1 lane, and I want to know what the easement says about it. Is it who's going to maintain it, and what is the width of it?
It's so what happened is that half of that, when it was vacated,
half of that land went to the condos, the Harrison 33 condos, which expanded onto part of the right-of-way. So it's really half of a road, which I think is 12 and a half
fees. There's a fence on
feet.
that part now.
Yeah, they sit on actually half of that right-of-way. The other half of the right-of-way, which I believe is 12.5 feet, the easements give a permanent easement to 1200 Knolls, which is the property to the south, to traverse that for access in perpetuity to their premises. It's essentially their driveway. They maintain it.
They maintain it.
They maintain it.
So the easement, and again, I don't have the easement in front of me. I'm going to guess you've read it, so I'm asking the questions about it. So the property to the south has the easement there, the responsibility to maintain it. It's the 12 feet. Are there any utilities under there since it used to be a road?
That's a good question. And I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that. I'd have to get back to you. Do you know?
No utilities have shown up on the survey.
Okay, so, and you've got 2 power poles there. Are you moving those power poles at all?
We're not moving the power poles, so they do not interfere with anything that we're proposing on the project. So actually, we're leaving that driveway as is, and we've shown it that way on the site plan.
Because the choice, Chairman, was to avoid having traffic come into our site. I mean, we can use that too, but we avoided having any traffic come into our site because we didn't want to produce any traffic that came back behind the condos.
Yes.
So we're not using it at all.
Understood.
And so I had a conversation in terms of 7721B3. I think the city attorney and I agreed that the permanent easement takes care of the standards required for frontage and access pursuant to that, was my understanding. So that's why I didn't really address it that much, because I understood that Mr. Hedges believed that the planning department thought the same thing.
That's why we're recommending to either just strike the contingency altogether or modify it to explain, as he says, that the recorded easements on the petitioner's property meet the access standards required for 1200 Knoll Street.
All right.
Very well said, Mr. Hedges. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions for the petitioner about the site plan? All right. Is there any questions for Mr. Hedges, or is there a motion?
I'm sorry, before you sit down, Mr. Razor, I just was curious about this question about the site. Do we know a percentage of what's landscape, green space, including a little bit of the roof? Do we know what the percentage on the site is?
I gotta say, John, do you know that off the top of your head? I gotta say it's 50%. Or close to.
Less than 50%, but about 47%.
Really?
And you know, the choice of, if I may, Mr. Curtis, even though Commissioner Curtis, I know it's real late, but we're at 150% of the parking required by the city. We could have put in more parking, but that's at the expense of, you know, doing the bioswale and the rain garden and all that cool landscaping in the pocket part. So the decision was made being, you know, at 150% of what was required, that was enough. And hoping that, you know, Commissioner Buki, did I say that right? Beaky? Sorry, the Commissioner Beaky is right, and, you know, people will be, you know, coming there on bikes and walking, and, you know, we don't need, you know, like a bazillion spaces, because what we didn't want to do was overbuild it space-wise and expose, you know, the condos on 33 and the new condos to the north to something that wasn't a beautiful green belt and a beautiful sculpture and, you know, all like that.
At the risk of getting another long answer. Do you happen to know, and you may not have the right people in the room, what percentage of energy can be generated on site from the solar panels?
That's a great question that I don't have an answer.
Yeah, I was just curious.
We could have our engineers cover that, but I don't have an answer.
Yeah, thank you.
More than if it was just hooked up to, you know, Edison, right? Because it's got windmills and it's got solar and it's got LED lights.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more quick question, Mr. Vitale. So I should have asked this before. Right now, the building is like CMU block. Are you going to reskin anything? It looks like you're covering up, or are you just using the CMU block?
We are reskinning a major part of the entry area, so that we're providing a composite panel over that entry area, as you can see, and then we're adding the like a canopy over that entry area too. So a good portion of that front entrance, as you can see on that elevation, is being reskinned.
Okay, but the rest of the building, besides filling in the loading dock, is CMU block.
That's correct. But it'll be patched and painted, and you know.
Okay, all right. That's what I want to know.
Just one quick comment related to the biking and walking. Again, bike racks signaling that you are encouraging people to bike there doesn't hurt, as we see a lot of the Ferndale businesses along Campbell.
Yes, we do have a bike rack included
not
on our
Campbell,
site plan.
Woodward Heights. Whatever, somewhere.
All right, I forgot where we were. I was seeking a motion on the site plan. Did we get one yet?
Nope.
Okay. Are we exhausted the questions for the petitioner? Well, this would be a good time for a motion.
I don't have the capacity.
Because I'm out of questions. Chair cannot make a motion.
Anybody? Bueller?
I think I'm looking at this list of recommendations, and I'm trying to see the discussion about the right-of-way and the idea of striking that one condition.
Number
Is
6,
Is that
I
number
think.
6, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I would move to approve the site plan with the recommendations from the planning division is listed here in our packet, omitting, however, condition number 6.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion is second. Is there further discussion? The motion is to approve the site plan with the planning division's recommendations absent number 6. If there's no further discussion, we'll take the vote. And we're going to start, I don't know, just like we did before. Ms. Beakey?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the site plan is approved. Congratulations. And
Thank you. May I ask,
No.
No.
Mr. Hedges, are we going to be on city commission Monday? I doubt it.
Okay, so 28th?
That would be more likely. I doubt seriously I'll have the minutes ready in time for, plus the deadline for us to submit information to the city manager's office was last week for February 14th.
If it were at all possible, we would love to be on next Monday's agenda. We certainly understand there's documentation to do.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Much appreciation for the hard work that y'all put in. Thank you.
You guys beat my record. Well, it ain't over yet. We'll beat it by a
Yeah,
long shot.
we're just getting warmed up.
No, we're not. That's the problem.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the master plan request for qualifications. Mr. Hedges.
I will turn this item over to Mr. Murphy.
Several weeks ago, the city had the deadline for firms to respond to our request for qualifications. And we solicited firms nationwide to provide to us how they believe they're qualified to submit a bid for our new master plan. And we had 11 terrific firms provide responses. Hopefully you were able to review each of those with some detail, with some attention to the detail that they've given to indicate their qualifications. Staff also went through all of their responses, and we determined what we believed were the top 3 responses, and we're providing those 3 as a recommendation. You'll see a motion, they're suggesting that. You obviously have the opportunity to strike any of those from that suggested motion, add some, whatever you so choose. But at this stage, the result will be to have a list of firms, and only those firms will be able to submit a request for proposals or a bid to us to develop a new master plan with us. So that's the first element to consider tonight. And then the next...
They have to be quiet.
The next is for the city to develop proposals and distribute that to whichever firms you believe are most qualified. And so the determination that you must make tonight is whether you want to have input and review that request for proposals before we distribute it to the firms that are qualified, or if you wish to simply have staff develop that and submit it to those firms and then review their responses. So first step tonight is to determine the list of firms you believe is qualified, and then the next step would be to either have staff move forward with releasing the RFP, request for proposals,
or if you would like to see that at a future meeting for some input on that as well.
Questions for Mr. Murphy?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
So, quick question. I mean, I know we've worked with MKSK in the past. Are they headquartered in Detroit? No.
They have several offices throughout the country. They do
Ohio.
have an office in Detroit.
Okay. Because I know we had as one of the contenders, and I'd be interested because I think when I look at it, you know, and I love getting, you know, perspectives from around the country. I think that's helpful as part of this. But I think isn't there a local firm here? Is it Design or is it Archive DS? And I don't know, just maybe some thoughts because they seem to be the most localized applicant in this process or maybe they're not as broad nationally. They know this area, you know, some of their principals, you know, lived and worked and governed right up the street. So just kind of curious about, you know, your thoughts on that and, you know, does it make sense having another, you know, 4 to go out to bid versus 3 just to kind of see, you know, that really localized element. All these folks have people locally, but it might be interesting to look at. Just my thought.
Could I tag onto that for a second? Sure. Before he answers, I just wanted, because I spent 7 hours and I read all of these cover to cover and did my own scoring, and Archive DS was my first choice. It seemed the most reflective of both our values, but also the local and global perspective they bring, and plus the work that they did on the Woodward corridor and such. Anyway, so I just wanted to echo that before you comment. Go ahead.
My only comment is that, yes, we can unquestionably ask them to include them in our list of qualified firms that can submit a response to the RFP. Absolutely.
Okay.
No objection whatsoever.
I think you got 3 good picks. Fourth one, please.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'm going to make a case for Smith Group. They are a Michigan firm. One of the people who is on their team lives here in Royal Oak and has been active in our sustainability planning process. Another member of their team used to work with Mrs. Murphy and Hedges. One of the principals of their team is the former city planner for the city of Grand Rapids. And if you look at the things that Grand Rapids has done to make it a city that is welcoming to young people with an active downtown and active nightlife, she's probably the biggest reason that city is what it is today. I mean, I think and I know her, I've served on a board of directors with her, and I think she's a rising star really in the planning world, and I'd love to see Smith Group included.
You would reference some individuals that don't work specifically for Smith Group. They work with the partner agency that was identified, which is Progressive.
Right, but everybody's got a team.
Yes, correct.
Just as a disclaimer, there's about 5 or 6 proposals that have people referenced that I've worked with in the past.
Well, yeah, and I chuckle at like 3 or 4, 3 proposals will take credit for a certain project.
Can I ask about the process here? Because, you know, you asked for requests for qualifications, and we only got 11 back?
Yes, I would say that's a fairly substantial number.
Oh, you think for
Yes.
qualifications? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Seeing the breadth of the national response that we received, yes, I would say that's an excellent number.
A lot fewer local firms now, too, than there were 20 years ago.
Okay. Well,
some of those have teamed up with the national partners, as you've noted.
Okay. Well, I would be in favor of asking for 5 proposals, but I'd like to know what the process is after that. Just specifically, you got 5 proposals. Is the plan to interview all 5 of them, or a plan to interview the top 2? What's the plan? Just curious.
The plan is tonight to select whatever number you believe are qualified. There would be no interview.
Right.
To
I'm
determine
talking
their
about as
qualifications.
we go down the road. You're going to get 5. If we ask for 5 proposals, I think we're going to get 5 proposals. So that means you got to read 5 proposals. And my question is, are you going to interview all 5, or are you going to chop that down to the top 2 or 3?
I think that would be up to you to decide at that point.
Okay, so that's something we can talk about.
Sure, you could interview all of them or some of them. Or,
Okay, 100% I'm in favor of asking for 5 proposals.
So is there any that somebody wants to drop off, or we'll just agree on those 5?
I think those 5 are
Okay.
terrific.
That works well with my assessment.
I move.
Mr. Mayor.
I move for the 5.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Any discussion? Call for the vote. Ms. Beaky?
Yes.
We can do a.
Acclamation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Voice
All in
vote.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, or not in favor, say nay. Okay, not even, nobody. Okay, great. All right. Next on the agenda, election of officers.
The RFP.
Huh?
Yes,
To your question
correct.
about the RFP, I would very much like us to have a discussion about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Even if it has to be by email, but if it needs to be in a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I hear in a lot of these meetings, public meetings, different things, I would like the RFP to be very clear about our hopeful calendar, some of the key factors we'd like to see, so that when they submit their proposals, maybe even a page limit, specifically who they would, who would be able to work on this given our approximate timeline of 18 months or so that we get 5 proposals that are similar, and they know what it is, and we have the criteria by which we're going to judge those 5 to make that process faster. And I think it'll be much faster if we have a good, crisp RFP that we agree is what we want for moving forward. Would be my proposal for that. My proposal for a proposal.
Mr. Mayor.
Is that just a suggestion of like, when are you going to do it? What are you going to do in that period? And then who's going to do it? Kind of like as part
Correct,
of that.
and a budget, obviously. And I understand we don't ask for separate technical and budget for whatever reason. I'm more accustomed to that process. But I'd like to see something very clear with the criteria by which we're going to decide, so that it's, again, we can post it, people don't feel, ooh, you picked that firm.
Yeah.
And we didn't know what was going to happen. But I really don't want to work on it right now, but I just really want to work on it.
Do you want new, like scoring? Is that?
I think we should have the scoring. I think we should have the criteria by which we're going to judge. So maybe that's a scoring thing. 20 points out of 100 for your the team you put together. This much is on the, whatever we decide it is.
Okay.
But then everyone knows, and then when they give it to us, you're going to get 5 similar things in the same order. They can be creative in how they address some of the issues, but there's some similarity between them.
So,
in the structure.
And I appreciate that. I just have one caution on when you go down that activity. I think we want to be careful too that we don't, one, stymie innovation, and 2, sometimes people are smart enough to play to those metrics and numbers. You know what I mean? And so to them, they might play the game. Somebody might play the game to win the business based on the formulas. So I think that we want to be careful if we are going to use a system like that. That do the people that are providing the proposals know about it, which I think is a hazard. I mean, afterwards we look at it, and then if you don't show it to, then is that unfair as well?
No, they have to know about it. It's in the RFP.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm just saying. There's always that hazard of stymieing innovation, and then also when you do such a calculable thing, then people can play the numbers a little bit. You know what I mean?
From what I can gather, unquestionably, the Planning Commission wants to review the language of the RFP before it's distributed by staff. So staff has drafted something up. We'll continue to work on that, and we'll bring it we'll provide it as an agenda item, perhaps for next month, hopefully. And everyone can have a comment and come with suggested revisions that you think would be appropriate, and then we can finalize that RFP before we distribute it to these exact 5 firms that you've selected.
I feel like I'm in a Zoom meeting.
Why?
Just thumbs up.
Oh.
All right. Is there any necessary action on that other than that you've informed us is that's what you're going to do?
Based on what I'm gathering from the conversation, you would like to see it come back to you to review the language. Yes, we'll be happy to accommodate that.
Okay, very good. Anything else on the master plan qualifications? All right, next agenda item, election of officers. This was supposed to be done last month, but we didn't have a meeting last month, so we're doing it this month. How do we proceed here?
I don't want to be an officer. I don't even want to come to in-person meetings, so I'm really struggling.
All right, so I forgot how this works. So, and I wasn't here. The reason I became vice chair is because I missed the meeting and they voted me on.
So Woody or Eric?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh yeah, I see a chair and a vice chair both.
You can't postpone it until the next month in hopes that there's a full board if that's.
I move that we postpone it
Yeah, I
until
think that's
next
a good
month.
idea. I
Oh,
agree.
man, we can't give them a surprise for next month. Guess what?
Congratulations.
Guess what, Eric and Woody?
That's right, now's our chance. Okay.
Is there a second to that?
I move that we postpone.
I will second that motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. We're postponing election of officers till next month. Hopefully we have all 7. All right, then we have non-action items. This is something that the department, the staff is going to run us through.
These are just items that are submitted for informational purposes. No action is required. They include the staff's annual report for 2021, list of building permit and administrative site plans that were approved in the fourth quarter of 2021, notice of intent from the city of Ferndale to amend their master plan. It's required under the State Planning Enabling Act, and then the newsletters from, periodic newsletters from the Road Commission for Oakland County and the Michigan chapter of the American Planning Association.
Are there any questions for the staff regarding any of the 5 non-action items?
No, just appreciate the reports always.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll close that order of business there. And is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Please.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. We're adjourned. Thank you very much. It was a long meeting, but got through it.
See if I can still walk.